they told you they were basically forced to fight for Nivixel, um, with their villages at risk of destruction if they do not. And that their plan now is to go and rally others to their cause, which is to take down Nivixel and keep their villages safe. They flew away. You took the unconscious Phaela to Archie's sanctuary and placed her in a stasis chamber. And while she was unconscious, you got rid of her old stuff and made her new gear, including a new weapon, which I have now made for her, which is
Ah.
in there. It's an adamantine longsword, which does 1d8. So when it's empowered with the spell slot, it'll do 1d8 acid damage on a hit, and it can either do acid damage as a divine smite or gain resistance to acid damage. So you made her that as like a little arm blade thing because you
Yeah,
had
and
to
so
take her
she
hand.
can laugh whenever whenever the dragon tries to acid damage her.
Yep,
Laughs and resistances.
yep. Um, in the meantime, Archie, Scarlet, and Thenrea broke the cursed glaive known as Black Rose in an anti-magic field, out of which came a hag who, in being in an anti-magic field, was not very strong. She was very strong. She had Finger of Death and a few other things, but and Disintegrate. But because anti-magic field, she couldn't do anything. And you cut her down. And thusly, the hag is dead. After that was all dealt with, you gave Phaela her new weapons. She woke up, explained the situation to her. She accepted this position that she's in now and resolved to gather allies to protect her village and gather allies, and can be contacted and will contact you eventually when you are ready for the assault on Nivixel's lair. You gated back to Reading Ruins. Phaela then flew away on her steed, and you continue traveling south. This is the bit where that you left things.
Yeah, I'm reading my book.
Yep. Basically, you traveled south for a bit more. You came across a ruined inn where a ghostly barmaid was working. Tykan and Thenrea had a brief interaction with her and learned that she had no idea she was dead and was trapped in a cycle of undeath. The moment she was told that she's actually dead, she flipped out, went crazy, and became basically a banshee until she was destroyed, and then reformed moments later with no memory of the previous encounter. Thenrea kept the ghost occupied by running the quote unquote inn with all the dead people inside, while Tykan performed a ceremony on the remains found in the basement to allow the barmaid to rest. When it was all done, you watched as the Raven Queen briefly appeared and took the barmaid to the afterlife, finally putting her to rest. The ritual which made this all happen, of course, Tykan identified was the work of some Tiamat followers. That has now been ended, and it is now a ruined bar with no one in it. You then gathered a bunch of alcohol from the basement of the bar, of the inn, and got back in the car and continued traveling south. And I got my notes here. Tykan got very drunk. And who took over driving the cart?
I believe Scarlet did.
All right.
I would assume so, yeah.
Yes.
Cool. That is where we're up to. So, it's about 2 in the afternoon. You've just left the inn. Tykan is drunk in the back of the cart. Is there anything you want to do as you continue traveling?
I have nothing.
You are here-ish on the map. Is travel along? Is Tyken doing anything while being really drunk?
The way I see it is he's got both of his legs sticking straight up because they're leaned against the part of the cart, and he's like, other than that, he's laying flat on his back and he's just drinking away.
Yep. Okay, cool. Drinking more and more.
Uh-huh. It's one of those days.
Mm.
And when he goes to take a massive glug of booze, I'm gonna block his nostrils.
Yep. Booze pours out. It's going all over the cart.
I feel like he would not be able to help but just laugh hysterically at that, probably spilling more.
Yep.
I cast
Keckle.
prestidigitation. He's now clean.
Easy.
You can see David quite worried as that's happening, and you do that, and it sort of stops it. And David's like, "Oh, thank you." All of the cloaks and things for traveling through the drier parts of the road are underneath the cart. So they would have been covered in.
Sunraya and Tykan like to make silly decisions.
That is true.
I have you know. This isn't a silly decision. I'm just trying to forget about what was in the basement.
You're the only one in the basement at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Sound like it too.
You know what's funny? I bet if I stand up, I'd fall off the wagon. Literally.
I bet you would too.
Just like the metaphor.
Charlie speaks up and says, "I do not understand what he's referring to."
Intoxicated.
Yes. Oh, I see. Yes, I think I understand why Akanteya banned alcohol.
Yeah,
Is
but the
there
thing
a-
is, some people need to have fun and let their metaphorical hair down and relax. Not everything needs to be, run like clockwork in the metaphor, I think it is.
False.
What are you talking about? You never run like clockwork.
True.
You right.
Charlie has fascinating, and actually sits and watches Tykan and seems to be taking notes.
Tykan hasn't drank since we began this trip. This is the first time he's actually, really let go.
Hmm.
Look how happy he is. A silly grin on his face. The intoxicated mind. They're probably forgetting everything that we're saying right now when he wakes up tomorrow.
I hope I forget everything from today. He drinks more.
I'll get Tykan to make a con save disadvantage.
All right.
Roll 2 net 20s.
This guy.
He's
28.
he's drinking an awful lot, and still managing to maintain consciousness.
Well, I'm gonna put this liver to work.
It's a good thing you have resistance against certain things that involve that. Knock yourself out, big man.
I feel like he could go on this bender for the next 3 days and not fail these cons, even at disadvantage.
Oh, things could happen.
I mean, the DC will eventually get there.
It'll eventually get there.
Eventually.
Yeah, he did roll quite high then. But yeah, Tyke continue to drink. You continue to
Mhm.
roll along. Scarlet steering the wagon along what's left of the road. And again, it's as you're traveling, every mile you travel, the terrain gets drier and drier. There's still vegetation around, but there is beginning to be more and more sand where there would have been grass once. Get to about here by the end of the day. As it starts to get dark out, there are a few clouds in the sky, but it's not too bad. I presume you all stop for a rest somewhere.
Yes.
What do you mean? Tyken's already stopped for a rest in the wagon.
Is Tyken drank for the next few hours? Is it?
Yeah, I would imagine.
I'm gonna
Well,
type.
make another.
Yep. Nope. Go. Yep.
Yep. Make another con save disadvantage, please.
Only a 20.
Near 20. Cool. Tyken does not have alcohol poisoning and is just unconscious by the time it gets dark.
I tie his feet together.
Okay. As you set up a camp and you tie his feet together.
Poo 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 poo.
Mhm.
And
I
I
presume-
get a bit of charcoal and give him.
Yep.
I can't give him a mustache. Motherfucker has a beard.
I already have one.
I give him cat whiskers
Okay.
and
He
a
has cat
black
whiskers.
nose.
Okay. Give him those. He's out cold. He's fine, just very drunk. It looks like.
You hear Thedra say, "Tyken, a little putty cat."
You all set up for this camp. Archie presumably doing the hut. Yes. Yes, Archie.
Archie's gigantic hut.
Hut.
Hut. You do the hut.
Hut.
And I presume there's gonna be watches as well.
Yeah.
Cool.
Always.
Always watching.
Oh, I forgot to load my Google Doc. Did I have a generic watch order? I think I did.
I'm afraid one of the members is out of commission at the moment.
Yep, that's fine. David will happily take Tyken's watch, which is his first watch. As you all set up to watch, set up the camp, food is done, you begin to rest. David does his meditating thing to prevent, to keep that sense that you all like that sense of danger that you're all getting from him to a minimum. Once camp's all set up, David does approach you, Scarlet, and says, before we arrive at the order, is Scarlet,
Mm-hmm.
do you think we could train for a bit? I'd like to see if I can learn anything.
Of course,
If you don't mind, I mean,
I don't mind.
it's okay. And he finds a spot nearby the hut and takes up a fighting pose. It's just a sparring thing. There's not a serious fight.
Mm-hmm.
He trains with you. I'll get you to just. What role would you like to make to help David train? What would you like to train David in? As I turn your mic up a bit because I turned it down from before.
What kind of check would I like to do?
Yeah. How would you like to train David? Is there anything you want to train him in particular?
Death saves.
Maybe acrobatics for dodging if he doesn't have that.
I'll put his. There he is. Hello.
Does he have acrobatics?
He does not have acrobatics a proficiency.
Then that one.
Okay. I'll get you to make me an acrobatics check. Versus his. Awesome. As you start to train with him for being more agile, you notice that he's definitely trained more around the strength aspect of things. He's proficient in athletics, not acrobatics.
And so is she.
As you train with him, you notice that he's relying on his, as you succeed in that check, you notice that he's relying on his strength a lot more than he should be. With that said, he does have significant strength. Based on David's build, you would expect him to have probably a 12 in strength. It's closer to 16.
Makes sense.
It's like he's really scrawny, but somehow he's got this unnatural strength from within.
Yeah.
And he's relying on it too much, and you begin to train him in using acrobatics as David. He's now training this. Cool. As you train with him, you notice he doesn't tire out easily either.
Yeah, sounds about right.
And as he's working very hard to do his thing. As it starts to get dark around you and it becomes harder to see, David, sort of panting a bit, says, "I can keep going." And he moves his hand through the air and mutters an incantation, which Archie would recognize immediately as David's casting a spell.
Look at it.
As he finishes the spell, you watch as 4 lights appear as David casts dancing lights.
I'm so tempted to just say, hey, okay, now dodge this, and I start charging up a disintegrate beam.
Dodge or die, motherfucker.
This magic missile.
But for Archie, you do notice that the way he casts that, it's not like he learned it himself. It's like he's copied someone else's casting of that. But he casts this dancing lights and says, "Let's go again," to you, Scarlet, and you begin to train again.
Yep.
That goes on for a few hours. If you want, do you want to do anything particular with the training, or shall I move on? Or just train him in being acrobatic.
Yeah, just more agile for him.
Okay. Cool. As you train him with that for a few hours until it becomes time for sleeping. And you will retire to the hut. David takes first watch. No one else wants to do anything through the evening before we move on.
About that, I'm out cold.
You are out cold. So no one else wants to do anything, or shall I move on?
Sorry, I'm organizing my spells for the day.
Okay, yep.
There's a lot of spells here.
there are.
Okay, I think I'm good.
Okay. Am I good to continue with what I'm doing? Anything you want to do in the evening before you get to your long rest? My actual question.
Yes. I'm going to continue reading the Beginner's Guide to Polyplanar Transweave Theory.
Okay.
That's the current book that I'm on.
Okay. This is the book on plane shifting and stuff, right?
Yeah,
Cool. Yeah,
because in
maybe
theory
intel-
I've learned the plane shift spell, but I can't use it yet. So it
Yep.
probably makes sense that I'm on this book.
Cool. I'll get you to make an intelligence check to see if you can understand what former Archie wrote.
Sure. I am horrible at this. I lied.
Here's the, so here's the scary thing for Archie.
I don't understand still.
You don't. You're understanding more of it.
Yeah.
But you get to a certain section, which gets some more of the crux of what the book's trying to convey. The opening paragraph of this book says, "The introductions of transplanar travel are quite simply explained by the following equation."
And there's an
turn the
equation
page.
that's like 78 pages long.
You turn the page, and there's like 6 pages of complex magical equation.
I only
What was
know
that?
one of these. Oh, damn it.
And you sort of get to that, and you're like stumped. And you're like, oh, like this is apparently simple.
I'm a sad panda.
And then I'm like, And then I'm like,
So, I mean, with a 22 intelligence check, you understand the general concept. It's just, it's so complex that understanding all the parts individually to make it work together is a task.
Yes.
Hmm.
Haha. Haha.
But you are getting there. When you eventually do understand this book, you'll learn plane shift. Straight up.
Yeah, well, I've learned plane shift already.
Yep.
It was one of
But-
my my flashbacks, but I don't know how to use it. So.
In particular, I'll say this. If you have a feeling that if you understand this book completely, you will learn plane shift and not require the attuned item to it.
Oh.
Archie cracked the code for that.
I don't need a planar
attuned-
rod.
You don't need a planar rod. Archie.
I
Former Archie-
literally become the cube.
Former Archie worked out how to do plane shift without it by simply adding a few bits of equation to the magical formula.
They were just dumb that they needed something else because they didn't know where to go.
Mm.
Idiots.
Dumbass! I just waved my fucking cane in front of them like Excalibur. Fool!
Fool.
But yeah, Archie spends that time studying that book.
Book.
David, while on watch, sort of peeks over your shoulder and sees the equations that you're sort of studying and like gets immediately frightened by it.
What are you so scared about?
That is the most complex thing I've ever read.
Nah, this is simple. Oh, so he says. Oh, so I said? Question mark?
Charlie, then, who was on patrol, sort of comes back and says, "Oh, you were studying that theory, are you?"
Yes.
"Oh, yes. I remember my master's daughter used to be studying something similar to this."
Oh.
Reminder: his master's daughter was 5.
Yes. But the thing is, reminder, they were Netherese.
I want to be Netherese.
It's never easy, never being Netherese.
Charlie says, "Well, I don't understand the theory in depth. I would be happy to help with what knowledge I do have."
Sure.
As Charlie sits down with you and sort of helps you out, Nothing more gained yet, but progress.
Yep.
Anyone else want to do anything through the evening? Other than Tygan, he's pass out.
I already know what Tyken wants to do for the evening. Sleep.
Okay. No one else wants to do anything else? You all rest. As you all rest, Tygan,
Hmm.
you've blacked out. There's no dream, there's nothing. It's just blacked out.
Uh-huh.
Suddenly, you're standing in the ruins of Reading Village.
How do I feel?
Not drunk.
He's just kind of sitting
Like
there.
it's
He's
still
like,
it's still the
"Hmm."
ruins, there's still pools of acid and things, there's still the ruined buildings, but you're alone. What do you do?
He's kind of just looking around, thinking to himself, I'm sure we left here.
As you say that, a voice comes from a nearby building. A male voice that says, "Yes, this is where you killed my son." Stepping out from the building, you see what looks to be a male elven figure, dressed in fine black robes. Steps out of this ruined building and stands about 15 feet from you.
Um, Regrettably, I have killed a lot of people. You'll have to be more specific.
My son was Soko.
Ah, yes. Well, I am sorry for your loss, but he did attack us.
Well, he was always foolish. So you are Tycan.
Indeed.
Introductions are in order then? Presume you've assumed by now, but I am Nivixel.
Indeed, I have.
To be honest, I'm not angry at you for killing Soko. He was a fool. Didn't have much battle experience. I expect that's how he died.
I will. I'd rather not regale a father with how their children has died.
Sorry, say it again.
I would rather not regale the father of how his child has died.
Says, I would like to hear it. I can tell the others how Soko died, so maybe they won't repeat the same mistake.
He. Well, to put it simply, he bit off more than he could chew. And he underestimated us.
I did always tell him that underestimating his enemy will be his defeat. I hear also that you defeated my champion, Phaela.
That was more of a stalemate.
She's dead then.
He puts a hand that kind of shakes it side to side, like, I don't know, maybe. Hard to
Well,
say. I had to deal with your son.
well, I'm unable to find her. So, I presume she's died of her injuries. Regardless, that means that I have a new position opening up. Which is why I've contacted you, Taikan.
Oh,
I'm in need of a new champion.
and I suppose I get the first interview by rights of conquest.
Indeed. You will, if you were to serve as my champion, you'll be given great power, status, and a chance to share in my gifts when I'm victorious.
Taikan
He's-
will
He
stand up.
takes a step. He takes a step closer to you. He's now 5 feet from you. He says, "Gifts like immortality."
Taikan starts laughing hysterically.
Mm.
He goes, immortality, that's a funny one. Ah, that is the thing I care least about.
And what is it you what is it you desire then?
To see peace. To stop seeing people dying. To see everyone be able to be happy. Without bloodshed, without violence. I'd even like that for you.
Then we want the same thing. You see, I want to bring peace, but the others, they don't. Ashta Thindar wants nothing more than to rule with an iron fist, and Arzenag, well, he's always trying to poison someone's mind against someone else.
Well, it appears we may have a common goal in that one.
I think we do. So, I'll come back to the same question. Would you be willing to serve as my champion?
Oh,
I'll tell you what. I'll give it some thought. And as I have preoccupied at the moment with a side errand, and I'll get back to you on it. Is that all right?
Please come back to me soon if you can.
As soon as time will allow.
I'll contact you again in a few days to come back for your decision. Otherwise, I'll need to begin looking elsewhere for a new champion.
That is fair. I extend a hand to shake it.
He shakes your hand too, and as he shakes your hand, the smooth elven features of this individual change until you see his true non-dragon form. His chosen form, as Taikan would be aware, dragons can choose a humanoid form to pick as their favorite.
Mm-hmm.
You see Nivixel's true chosen form.
Dinky.
And yes, his name is Nivixel, the Devourer of Hope.
God, he really
Yeah,
breeds confidence in the whole peace thing, doesn't he?
I know, right?
As his form is revealed to you, he says, I'm glad we could have the amicable conversation here. Hopefully, we can have
I'm
another
always
discussion
one for
soon.
talking over fighting.
Until we speak again. At
Indeed.
which point, suddenly, reading fades away. Nivixel disappears, and you wake up. It's about midnight. Your head hurts.
I'm going to apply the best thing. He takes his
Um,
hand, rubs his forehead, and 5 points
and-
away on hands.
Cool. As this is about at the moment when Thanraya, you're handing over your watch to Archie, so you're both awake when you see Tykan wake up and lay on hands himself.
Taiken the kitty has awoken.
Oh, I just realized one side of his face is all smudged with charcoal because he was rubbing his face. He just like looks at his hand and like he's just like, yeah, whatever. He had a daughter. He's used to this.
Yep.
He'll approach her and he'll speak in Celestial and be like, well, I was just lied to.
Yeah.
And Nivixal wants, he does air quotations, peace and me as his champion.
Huh.
I kept everything neutral because I wanted to speak to you all about it first.
I
In case
feel
you
the
had any
fact
ideas.
of you beat the last one, so you're now the superior one.
Yeah, it's
I don't think dragons
know-
understand gods, I guess, because you're already the champion of a god. Why would you be a champion of a lesser being like Nivixel?
I know. And get this, he offered me of all people immortality for it.
That's hilarious.
It sounds like Nivixel doesn't even know who you are.
It's legitimately like he just seen something in the window shop and was like, I want it.
You of all people?
Mm-hmm.
That's funny.
Yeah. The man who has the wife and the daughter in the afterlife, offered me immortality. I could not help but laugh at that. I'll be honest.
The biggest turnoff.
But the funny thing is he asked me what I wanted, and I told him exactly what I want. You knew me. I just want everyone to be happy, peace, no more fighting. And he says, he wants the same thing. And I'm sitting there thinking about what the Knights and the previous champion told me, and I couldn't help but feel I was lied to.
I mean, yeah. You know, I don't want to assume, but Black Dragon, you know.
But
Could also be telling the truth, but in his own way.
He
That's
was
another
telling,
thing.
yeah.
But here's the part I was thinking. He was talking about how he had sort of a dislike for Ashtathindar. You know, what if we pit one against the other? Not exactly my thing, but I know that you lot might be able to come up with something, yes?
I highly doubt that he would step forward in the fight.
Yeah,
It just,
but
you know, I don't. As I said, I don't want to assume based on the species, but like, there's no way that's gonna happen.
I don't think he would do anything himself, but he might be able to send distractions. Maybe even draw Ashtathindar out in the open for us. Under the guise of a meeting or something. But scheming is... I prefer... No offense to those of you who are good at scheming. I just prefer to stand there and let everything be laid bare and fight on an open, non-secretive.
The thing about schemes is you usually only scheme when you know you can win the scheme. I would prefer not to scheme against Nivixol, because Nivixol, unlike me in this scheme, has all the chess pieces on his side of the board.
But counterpoint, gambling is fun.
Gambling is fun, but not when gambling with innocent people's lives. Which you probably agree with.
I do. The thought is, I feel like we could potentially turn this into a benefit for the innocent people's lives, because if we get the dragons focused on each other, they won't focus on the little people.
The problem is that I feel like if we were gonna get any of the ancient dragons to actually help, it would probably be the black dragon.
Nivixol just lost his champion, which is a key piece in fighting the other dragons. This is why he's trying to get you.
And the problem is, if you agree to it, you might be locked into something.
I can't agree to it, as that would be, in a way, betraying Helm.
Yeah.
I
mean,
will
we
say
got-
this. I will say this, Tarkin, quickly as well. You would recognize the spell that was used to contact you. It was the dream spell.
Oh, I would tell Archie that. He'd be like, oh, he contacted me through the dream spell.
Oh. That means he could probably contact all of us.
Mhm.
I don't want to play into his games.
Well, that is why I brought it up with everyone here. I wish to not be his champion, so I know exactly what to tell him when he contacts me in a few days. Like he said he was going to. Not looking forward to that.
So you're going to accept it, right?
Keep talking like that, I'm gonna have to open another barrel.
I mean, all you can do is quote unquote respectfully decline.
Oh yes, I wasn't going to be mean about it. There's never a point in being mean.
The only,
I
the
would
only
literally say, don't you know who I am?
although I don't want to count our chickens yet, but if we were gonna get ancient, I would bank on a green, but you could try and talk the black into doing something.
The
Problem
thing is, we already know a lot of the information, which is really good for us. Nivixol and Arzenag are not happy with Ashacinda. That being said, we do not know what Yazam Malix wants
Yep.
to do. We already know that Arzenag is not Arzenag. Frigidax is paranoid as all fuck, and we need to deal with him first or second, because Nivixol is.
Well, I've always maintained that we should deal with Ashtastindar first, because, as we were told, when one dies, the others get empowered.
Frigidax or Ashtastindar. Well, the thing is, we are not strong enough to deal with Ashtastindar.
No,
I
we're
believe we
not.
are.
I
No,
believe we are not.
I personally, I think that we could probably fight Frigidax because of the reinforcements we'd have. But
I mean,
I don't
currently,
even know if we get even Tave on Nivixol at the moment.
I don't think we can take on Nivixel at the moment. We like in the north we have Frigidax's child. We have other forces and all that stuff. We have a small army to fight him. Here we have nothing, and we have no.
Oh,
allies.
we're literally setting up things here to be like Frigidax. This is my plan.
Yeah, but what I feel like we need to determine because looking at the just quickly looking at the map, it has Ashta Thindar's lair right there, right? Is that actually marked on our map or is that just on this map?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay, so
When you were at Archie's safe house, you could make out the volcano peak where
okay,
Ashtinda was from. So yeah.
I would. The problem is if we use our forces to fight Nivixal, it's going to drain a lot of them when we're pretty close to Ashtathinda. So it's possible that if we can be amicable with Nivixal at the moment, we might be able to do Ashtathinda soon.
I'm more curious about other things rather than dealing with all the ancient dragons at the moment.
I agree. I was just thinking in terms of
This is the reason why we're going to Dragonspear, is so we can actually try to figure out a way to actually deal with them.
Drew.
But that being said, there is a bona fide piece that we're missing that we could go try and find. It's just a fact that we haven't found any real leads to that yet. And that's the metallic dragons. I've said it once, I've said it again. We found the silver dragons, like the young silver dragons. We know where a young gold dragon is, but where are the rest?
You did find another one. You did find Silvara, who's a brass dragon.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And she's currently in Waterdeep, in there.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know. Is one of the council members is a gold dragon, aren't they?
It's gold, yes.
Yeah.
We found three. Three then.
Did we ever get confirmation or affirmation if they are the only gold dragon left?
They don't know. All you know is what they said, which is they've gone into hiding. If there are any left, they don't know.
I see. That's difficult.
A lot of things are difficult at the moment. We're in a situation at the moment where it's like our main threat at the moment isn't even the dragons.
True.
It's William. Because William is actually threatening us at the moment.
He's actively moving.
He's actively getting ready, which is no problem. But that being said, like the dragons could also do that at some point too. But the thing is, it's like they're waiting for something.
Well, on every level except physical, I'm a wolf, so.
I thought that was Kavaya, not you.
So I take it our consensus is to I think Tyken should feel out decline but have a more in-depth conversation with Nivexal.
Right.
Because we can take the offspring, but I don't think we're strong enough for an ancient, so I'd rather not shit on his doorstep at the moment.
I wholeheartedly believe we could take him in combat.
I believe you.
Is there anything else you want to discuss for the evening?
I'm good.
Okay. With that discussion finished, pondering the ideas of what to do with the Vixel, Tygan being offered a job.
The pay's pretty shit, but you get dental.
You rest through till morning. Thanks to Tycan's lay on hands. You are Tycan is not hungover.
Ah, I cheated.
Yep.
That could have literally saved 5 people from dying.
Well, if they were around, I would have done that.
It's a good thing Tyken has classified more than 5 people,
True.
and he's no longer dying.
Also true. I have the mass of 5 people.
Alrighty. But morning comes. The weather is a little bit overcast, but not raining, so it's fine. You load the wagon up and get rolling for the day.
Does Tarkin
Hi.
trip at all with his shoelaces tied?
Oh, I just realized he totally would have. He wouldn't even checked. He would have just like
Yep.
got out of bed immediately.
Tyken face plants for 2 damage.
I feel like, see, Tarkin gives off the vibe that he would have tripped, face planted, and then instead of just moving, just lifted his head up and continued talking.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not wrong. Like, he would have just continued talking, and then he would have untied his feet.
Excellent. Just sort of accepted that's a thing.
Yeah, he just accepted his fate that he was on the ground again.
Cool. After that, Tygan, you take 2 points of damage. Just face planting. It's out of temps or whatever, it's fine.
All right.
But you all wake up. David is up at the crack of dawn, as usual, to do his early morning training to keep himself in fighting shape. You all load up the wagon. David, before rolling off, distributes a bunch of very light cloaks just to help keep the sun off you, as it's starting to get almost toasty. It's warmer and warmer the further south you get. Not desert-ish yet, but it's definitely moving into that territory.
Okay, there's a very important question that I need to know, Matt.
Yes.
Can Asimars get sunburnt?
Yes.
Fuck.
You know,
Sun still
I-
hurts, motherfucker.
I feel like Tyken would do something very specific here. He would take the cloak, but then he
Like-
would take off his armor, his shirt, and his pants.
Yep.
'Cause it's hot.
Yep. Like, it's not mega hot. It's like, it's like a very hot summer's day sort of idea.
Maybe to you guys, but I'm from the north.
I put it over my head and rip little eye holes.
Okay. So just to clarify, Tyken's not wearing his armor.
Tyken is not wearing his armor.
Okay. Good to know. You notice David, he's wearing his armor still. He's got a cloak on and stuff. You get a sense he grew up this way, so he does sort of understand. He's used to it better than you.
Tyken is not.
the rest of you. Yep. But, yeah.
Spooky.
But while you're all cloaked up, just to keep the sun off you for a bit, and I will say for Thunraya, you are resistant to getting sunburned. because the sun is technically radiant. You're resistant, but that's about it.
Good.
That's it. I'm resistant to the sun.
Yeah, basically, yeah. Well, I mean, like there is like the sunbeam spell, and that's radiant. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it's
And solar dragons do radiant damage.
I need to ask: is Scarlet wearing her armor still? Okay. The cloak does help. Like the purpose of the cloak is to keep the sun off the armor and off you, which is fine. That's doing its job. David had a bunch of this packed aside for this reason. You begin to travel for the day. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
As
Also,
you begin to
at some point, Tyken would continue doing his training for the tough feat so he could weather the desert better.
I can help you train for the tough feat.
Oh, hell yeah.
I punch him in the face.
make an attack roll.
Oh.
I imagine this is in the back of the wagon while you're all cramped in there.
Ah!
Does a 10 hit Tyken's unarmored armor class?
Yes.
She takes one.
As
Yeah.
my unarmored armor class is 9.
There we go.
There you go.
Bang! In the
1
face.
damage.
1 damage.
The ground hits harder.
David jumps at that. He's like, "What's going on?"
Oh my
Don't
God,
worry, training.
Gravity from your fucking.
The
that's-
ground actually hit harder.
Oh, that's fucking hilarious. Oh.
But as Tycan, I presume you're trying to bake in the sun to get used to the heat a bit.
Uh-huh.
Cool. David says, "Well, if you're trying to get used to the sun, you have about an hour or so until we get to the next section of forest."
All right. What he's gonna do is he's gonna maximize his exposure of skin to sun.
Okay, so you're sort of laying in the back of
Takes
the
off-
wagon, sort of toasting.
Takes off the cloak.
You to make a con save for me, please.
All right.
Disadvantage. Oh, same roll.
29.
Excellent. That is another success.
This fucking guy.
Rolling very high.
I am. I'm Tyken. These are Tyken things.
Awesome. As you are proceeding along with this training, you're almost used to it. You guys do see Tyken starting to burn a little bit.
It's all right. I will just lay on hands to get rid of anything whenever we get back to the shade.
But with Scarlet, you still driving, David directing you. What's left of the road sort of is going across sandy, grassy plains until you see before you is a dense, dry forest. It was definitely much more alive before, but it is still very, very dense. And the road does wind into this forest. Scarlet, as you're driving the wagon, you see this first. On the side of on the side of what road there is, nailed to a tree, you can see there is a creature as you approach.
Did you say nailed?
Nailed to a tree.
I like playing Turok too.
What do you
Do
do,
you mean
Scarlet?
Turok as well?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
What do you do, Scarlet? You're driving the wagon on what's left of the road. The road is about to enter a dense, dry forest. On a tree to the left of the road, as you enter the forest, you can see at a distance there is some sort of creature nailed to a tree. Make a perception check. You cannot. You don't recognize it. It seems odd, the creature. It's definitely not moving, and based on the giant metal spike that is going through its head, it's definitely not alive, and it's definitely nailed to a tree. So it's certainly not a threat. But you at this distance, you can't really tell what it is. But you're the only one who's spotted it so far. Everyone else is doing their thing in the back of the wagon. Tycan's suntanning.
My vision is
Ah.
heavily obscured.
Yep.
I can't see shit out of this fucking thing.
Archie's probably in it deep in his book.
Yep.
What do you? It's all on you, Scarlet. What do you do? Do you call it out to the group? What do you say?
Is it
Um,
is it alive? Then we're fine.
David looks up. David was reading one of the demon books. He looks up and says, "Oh, we're here." He closes the book and sort of looks a bit antsy about it. He says, "Okay, everyone, we're about to enter the Hunter's Forest. This is the outskirts of Dragonsphere. The Order has a group of hunters, scout type people that patrol the outer regions. They have a habit of shooting first and asking questions later. So keep your weapons sheathed." He looks at all of you with this. "Keep your weapons sheathed and try to look as non-threatening as you can."
I'm
Oh,
going.
like,
Just with
just
his
keep
hands on-
doing what
hands
I'm
on his
doing.
hip.
Got it.
He said, and David looks at you, Scarlet, and then looks at the corpse as you're sort of approaching on the road. That's a warning. That's a warning from the hunters.
Tarkin, you better cover up those pectorals are pretty threatening.
I am liberated.
But yeah, as David says to you, Scarlet, that's a warning for anyone who would enter. And it's at this point that the wagons rolled close enough that you can all see what Scarlet pointed out. It's the upper torso of a minotaur.
Oh.
In particular, a demonic minotaur.
Oh, okay.
The reason Scarlet couldn't identify it was because it hasn't got its lower torso. You don't know where the lower torso is. It's been cut off at the waist.
They probably ate it.
There is a large iron spike that is going straight through the middle of its forehead, right between the eyes, and holding it to the tree. Carved into the Minotaur's chest are letters in common saying, "Keep out."
Oh shit! I can't read. Better keep going.
Does Scarlet continue through? Cool. As you all go past this really gruesome entry point and enter what is a overgrown, so it's like a bit shady in places and things, dry forest. There's sand rolling about, but also there's grass growing. It's sort of an interesting mix of desert and forests. Like, you will get a sense that the forest was here first, and the desert from the south has crept north. As you roll through these forests, you begin to notice other demon-type creatures attached to trees. Old arrows embedded in tree trunks. You see, Scarlet would notice immediately. You go past about more than a dozen dead demonic gnoll corpses, all attached to trees in similarly gruesome ways. You see minotaurs. You see other demons as well. Dead. Attached to trees. Some intentionally with chain and iron spike. Others with more natural means. You go past one knoll, which has been impaled through the chest with an arrow, and from the arrow has branched massive spiky vine tendrils that have wrapped and held the knoll to the tree. You all, sorry, yeah.
Hmm?
You were gonna say something?
Oh, if you're looking at me, sometimes my mic just picks up stuff for some
Oh,
reason here lately.
Okay. You see, dozens upon dozens of dead demons and demonkin throughout this forest. This is a hunting ground for demons, it looks like. Do you want to do anything or continue traveling towards wherever you're going?
There we keep going, right?
Continue.
Yeah, continue. Cool.
Shouldn't we go hunting? Bring a peace offer?
No.
No.
Um,
The only thing I hunt is freedom.
you notice some of these demons are more recent and others are probably years old. And visibility is about 40 feet at most because of how dense the forest is. Tycan, the sun cover is basically entirely gone as you're in dense forest underbrush.
All right. Well, I'm going to get rid of any sunburns I have, clean up, and then I'll put all my stuff back on.
Okay, so you put your things back on. The wagon keeps rolling. Benrea,
Yeah.
you hear something through the forest because you understand Abyssal, right?
Fucking
Do you?
no.
Archie understands Abyssal, right?
Yes.
I do
Cool.
not.
Cool. Thanrea, you hear the sound of voices that you don't understand. They sound hushed. They sound like they're trying to be quiet, but you can't understand the language. Only you hear it, Thanrea.
I'm like, shut up! You're being too loud. Do your job properly.
You say that,
Yeah.
you hear the sound of Abyssal voices panicking, and immediately you hear them trying to be more quiet, and you hear the sound of shuffling as whatever it is just trying to move away.
What the fuck are you yelling about?
Oh, there was some people, I guess, talking.
Right.
You know me. I'm
Are
bit
you talking
loopy.
about your inner demons or what?
Maybe.
Hmm. I'll go back to my book.
Does anyone investigate it, or just continue on?
I don't see
I've
what I
got an
see.
answer that they're talking about their inner demons from freaking my teammate.
Mhm. Okay. Then around not doing anything?
Nope.
Cool. You move on in relative silence through this forest until you hear, after about 20 minutes, Thanrea, you hear the sound of battle going on in the direction where originally you heard those abyssal voices.
Oh,
Hmm.
somebody's fighting. Do we care?
The battle goes on for under a minute before it goes silent again.
Oh, well, That be the way it is.
As you're continuing to roll forwards, following what's left of this road as it winds around rocky, dry, foresty hills.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
There we go. I pushed the wrong button.
Okay.
Tarkin just
Um,
screams hello.
It's at this point, as you're traveling along, you've about 20 minutes after hearing that last fight go on. You hear the sound of more voices in Abyssal, closer, less than 100 feet from you. Archie, you understand Abyssal, so you understand immediately what they're saying.
Yep.
It's hushed voices speaking in Abyssal. They're all very deep voices, so you get a sense they're probably not humanoid.
Yep.
You hear one of them saying, "It doesn't make sense. It was supposed to be a small group of mortals, not a damned army." Another voice says, "Well, how many do you think made it through?" The first one says, "Not many, a few dozen at most. They cut us down so fast." "Well, yeah, well, do you think we lost them?" It's like, "Yeah, there's no chance they could have followed us. No chance at all." "Alright, so what's the plan now?" The first one says, "Now we wait. When our forces attack through the portal next, we go back to their fortress and take them from behind. Buy time for more of our people to get out, and then we can take those damn mortals down once and for all." It's like, yes. Good plan. We'll wait here, remain hidden. They won't find us here.
Archie speaks out and just says, "That is a great plan. Thank you for letting me know."
You hear the sound of shuffling and commotion. What do you do?
Where were the voices coming from?
They're coming from about 60 to 70 feet to the left of the wagon as you're rolling along.
Oh, I cast a fireball.
Hold on just a moment.
Big fast chocolate nuts.
Big fast chocolate nuts.
I'm sorry, I've learned a little bit too much from San Ryan.
As Archie, you point your finger at a point roughly where you presume them to be,
Yeah.
and the fireball, is it fire damage?
No. They're demons. Fire won't work. It's what element should I do? That's a good question. You know what? Let's just do radiant. I can do that.
Okay. You can't see where they are exactly, so I'm going to pick myself where it lands. But I'll get you to
He's
roll
in
one.
that general direction. I don't. I'll roll the
Yeah.
damage for you, but
Yeah.
you can decide.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Boom. 23 radiant damage in that direction.
Cool.
Boom.
Cool.
And you just hear Archie say a few words in a language you don't understand, then he yeet a fucking radiant ball.
We're playing with divine energy today, boys.
I just imagine like, wait, what? What are you doing?
As Archie, the explosion goes off, there's suddenly a flash of light through the trees, indicating that your thing has indeed gone off. And you do see flung by the sheer force of the explosion, three fiendish gnolls are launched into the sky.
Are they alive?
No. If they are, they won't be when they hit the ground.
And I say after that, who
shit
else
thing-
wants to feel the holy wrath?
Do
It's a-
we hold on? Do I see those gnolls?
You see 3 of them in the sky, like through cracks in the forest, but you can hear the rest of them are down below, to your left as the wagon's traveling.
For shits and giggles, the ones in the sky. Can I Eldritch Blast?
You can make an attack roll.
Pew pew. Blast. Blast.
Oh,
Cool. As these 3 are flying up, much like those like shooting those shooting ranges where they launch the plates.
Keep shooting.
The first one you hit doesn't even react to the blast; it's dead. The second one, it was alive. It now isn't.
Goodbye. Oh, hold on.
You do have 3 because you're level 11, right?
Blast. Yeah.
The second one was dead. Sorry. The third one was dead.
Okay.
Um,
and then I blow my finger.
It's at this point, as what are the rest of you doing? As you see Thanraeus shooting off and Archie just shot a fireball into the forest.
Kick.
Nah.
I really don't care. I think I've proven
Archie.
my point.
You hear the sound of incantation going on. A magical incantation being muttered from the direction where you fired that thing.
Uh-huh. Really?
Suddenly, a bead of red energy goes through the trees and detonates basically on the cart.
Oh, cool. I do this.
It you
You said they were 60 feet away.
yes.
Yes,
Yes, that is correct. As suddenly this little bead of energy, you're like, oh shit, that's a fireball.
That's a block count on that punch right there.
Where are you directing it to?
Back at where it came from.
Okay, there's this little bead of fire. You sort of like wave your hand and ting, and sort of like arcs and bounces back and explodes once again. I'll get you to roll another fireball, please.
Does Archie get the ability to change the element on the redirect?
No,
No.
it's just a redirection.
That'd be awesome though.
Oh.
Oh,
Oh,
fuck it.
Oh. That's a big number.
awesome. And you hear another explosion, and then you see what begins of a forest fire starting. You hear the sound of in abyssal. Well, how does that work? Charge! And you hear the sound of hooves and feet and things running up at you. I'm going to put you on a map in a sec. Let me just go back to the this world map for a sec, so I can copy and paste your tokens. All of you. The kobolds are going to remain off to the side. I won't take them with me. Move. Cool. You guys are up here. Are you ready? Map. Map. Let me know when you're loading. Ooh. So your wagon is basically up here on the top right. Yep. You can see emerging through this very thick foliage right here, a bunch of fiendish gnolls several fiendish minotaurs and 2 fiendish hellhounds. And you can also make out the creature that casts the spell, Archie.
Oh, these fucks. Hmm.
Those mother bitches.
At a glance, as you can make them out, as they are in a movement, general movement up this, you are on the high ground here. They are in a general movement towards your direction. You can glance at all of them. You all see, while they are all fighting fit, several of them have been damaged by Archie's fireball, and then the Arcanoloth's reverse fireball.
Don't
Huh.
do it. I have
All
a
of them,
higher ground.
all of them, however, are showing signs of battle damage. Scars, wounds, arrows still in their bodies. These things have fought through stuff to get to where they are here. And it seems you've found them just as they've had a short rest.
Unlucky.
They're in the process of running in your direction. Roll initiative.
I'd like to roll initiative, please.
I would like to cast death on all of them. Thanks.
I have a plan to cast death on all of them. Don't worry.
Cool.
Right.
And there is a forest fire starting around here, so that's sort of a thing to probably consider. I found new music for tabletop audio. Woo. Is that everyone? That's everyone. Woo. I like
Tarkin has
using
to
Emily.
Tarkin has to take an hour to doff his armor. To don his armor.
Mhm.
See you in 100 rounds.
Cool. Archie, Archie, you are up here.
Yeah.
You can see the knolls down here are lightly obscured, but the ones down here are more visible.
I don't care about what's lightly obscured or not. I don't give a fuck. I need to get my ruler out real quick.
And Archie, I'll say this as well. Looking at the Arcanoloth, you know very well, Archie, the signs of a spellcaster who's basically tapped. Arcanoloth don't have all his spells. He's used his big ones to get to where he is here.
That seems like he hits most of them.
Yeah.
So, you've got that circle, right, Matt?
I do. It's basically the Hellhound will be hit. It's just basically these 4 gnolls on the outside won't be hit. Yeah.
Yes. I cast Synaptic Static. I'm not fucking around.
As you release your spell and it is doing psychic damage.
Brother. It's a cool move right there.
It is
Yeah.
psychic damage.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Sure. Fuck all those. That's another good roll though. Holy fuck.
Yeah.
Holy shit, dude. Archie's set up. When it comes to demons, Archie is just like on a new level. Oh god.
Minotaur rolled natural 20.
Nice. What about everyone else?
I'm getting to them. This one, failed and takes 37. You notice the Minotaurs seem to be naturally resistant to spells.
Yeah, doesn't surprise me.
The gnolls, however, are not.
No, no,
This
the
is just
fuck.
to wipe out the chaff and do damage before Tyken inevitably decides to rush in.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Man, you know, I miss Sona's spell. Just let me go Nova, man. I want it.
Let me go supernova again, please.
I go supernova all the time.
You're different. You're literally built that way. You're literally built like a walking radiant nuke. Like,
I put it to you this way. A
he's a
solar
walking
dragon would think
reactor.
Tyken's a nest.
He's a walking reactor.
oh, you thought you were identified as a threat. I make this whole area identify as a threat.
Tyken's what happened when a kid says, when I grow up, I want to be the sun.
You were Icarus. You did fly too close to the sun, and you did become the sun.
And I made the sun regret I entered its territory.
Awesome. That's all them. And Arcanoloth. Arcanoloth is a big success on his intelligence save.
Yeah, the Arcanoloth. I was just like, this isn't for the Arcanoloth. This is for literally everyone else.
But as you release the spell, Archie, suddenly dead. These gnolls here are saved, but are badly wounded regardless.
They will have
Hellhound
their
here-
bad rolls.
Hellhound here is injured. This one here is badly injured. This one here is this Minotaur is near dead, and the others are all injured a bit as this blast goes off.
All attack rolls and ability checks on a failed save. Minus 1d6. So.
Yeah, so I'll mark that as well. This one, this one, and that's it.
Yep.
Yeah.
The rest are fucking dead.
Yep. Yeah, as you release-
Archie's gonna just like go back near this rock and chill.
Yep.
But on the other hand, there is Mini Archie flies forward. Ooh. The real MVP flies towards the fight.
Yeah. Excellent. Is that your turn?
You know, I think I should get Synaptic Static.
That's one of
Hello.
my favorite warlock
David.
spells.
So good.
David hops off the wagon and moves up and stands up at the top of the hill. And readies an action to fight someone if they get too close. Charlie moves up on the other side. He's over here and he moves this way. And he's going to get to here. And Charlie is going to fire some blasts of energy. Charlie, assuming that these are enemies because Archie just blasted them, fires once, oh, sorry, fires twice and hits once for 9 force damage. Oof. Blasting this Minotaur. That is the allies' turn done. Fenrir, you are somewhere on the wagon up here. What do you do?
I would like can someone give me a 30-foot circle?
Sure, I can
Oh,
do
whoopsie.
that.
Because I'm gonna cast.
Do you want to hear all of them?
Yes.
There you go. Right there. You see it? There you go, buddy.
All right, there you go.
That hits all of them. Alright, get you to roll your damage, please.
I did. Unfortunately.
Oh, so
But
it's up
that-
there. So,
yeah.
Sorry, I saw the bottom. Yeah, backwards.
Yeah, I clicked it the wrong way around.
When it moves into the spells area for the first time on its on a turn, or
Or
starts its turn
s-
there. So at the start of their turn, this will all happen, which is now.
Yes.
Is that
Yes.
your turn? Do you want to be anywhere else? Do you want to move somewhere?
I guess I'll hop down and be here.
Okay. As you get to that point there, at the start of their turn, they need to make a con save or take damage. Well, it
DC
doesn't.
17. I don't know why it says DC.
Oh,
16.
it's save or suck. Okay.
Yes, which I only just read. It makes me feel shit.
This null survives. This null dies. Just melts under radiant consumption. It's funny. Dead. Survives. More gnolls are dying. This hellhound dies. Melts under it. That null survives. That one there. This guy saves. Minotaur saves. Saves. Jesus. Saves.
No.
All the Minotaurs save.
Damn it.
They do proficiency in con saves
The
and
thing
advantage
is, though,
and
thickening
advantage.
radiance is good for mobility
Chaff.
though as well.
Yep.
And exhaustion.
This one, dead. Goes from full hit points to dead straight up. It's this null, 4 hit points to dead straight up. Hellhound, ooh, succeeds. And 2 more nulls. 1 alive, 1 dead. As more gnolls melt, and 1 hellhound. It is now the start of their turn. They run up the hill, this gnoll, and it's going to dash to get to the top of the hill. Minotaur is going to run up, and it's going to dash into David. This hellhound darts up the hill, and he's going to get to, actually no, never mind, it's going to get to at the bottom of the hill. This Minotaur is going to run up this way. These gnolls are all going to run with them. The Arcanoloth moves up. And this Minotaur stands in front of the Arcanoloth. You hear the sound down this bottom left corner here of movement down there. Something's happening. You see movement as more creatures run in.
Oh, Jesus.
They are not running at you, they are fleeing from something. They get to here. They are fleeing from something, they get to there, but they are running from something. That's that way. Up here, I need David and Thanrea and Scarlet to please, and Kalaya to please make me dexterity saving throws as the Hellhound unleashes a fire breath.
About it.
Fuck.
It's gonna get hot.
Scarlet succeeds, Thanrea succeeds, Kalaya succeeds, and David succeeds. Cool, you're all taking half damage. All of you
know?
take
I didn't know they did that. No,
Hellhounds.
so-
Hellhounds have a fire breath. All of you take. This is already hard because you succeeded. 13 points of fire damage each.
Damn.
13.
I wish I had those fucking fire resistant things.
This Minotaur had to dash to get up to you. Noel had to dash to get up to you. The rest of them are just running at you. The Arcanoloth is going to do a thing, however. The Arcanoloth is going to... The Arcanoloth's going to cast its last 3rd level spell slot to cast Fireball.
Mike.
Maybe over here. Sorry,
Am I gonna cast Counterspell?
would you like to? Archie,
Yes.
the Arcana Loft is about to mutter an incantation and cast a spell.
Would you like me to
Really?
cast Counterspell?
Would you like Fenrir to cast a spell? Would you like it? Would you want to do it?
Fenrir can do it.
Alright, I Counterspell.
Okay. It works immediately as the Arcana Loft is out of high level spell slots.
Kind of these, pal.
As the Arcana Loft draws whatever arcane power it has left and you nullify it immediately. Arcana Loft is useless. That is the Eminie's turn. Scarlet. Ooh. Scarlet is bless. Oh. You run down the hill. Which one are we using for bless? I'll use that one.
The flag with the circle, I think.
David, who was it? David, Scarlet, and Tycoon. Cool. Blessed. You run down the hill. Okay, as you run at this Minotaur, which is already badly injured. You bring your sword up. The Minotaur goes to bring its great axe down on you, and you parry the blade aside. You notice as you parry the blade aside, its great axe is magical. You parry it and then strike it, and as you hit it once, it crumples under your sword. The Minotaur, as it collapses under the weight of your impact, it says something in Abyssal. I don't think you understand Abyssal, do you? No. Archie, you know what it says.
Yep.
The Minotaur says, "You're not a normal mortal," and then it drops. These Minotaurs, Archie, you determine, are scared of the Order.
Good.
Again,
Again.
13 does not hit it, unfortunately. 17 certainly does. For 10 points of damage. As you carve through it, and this Minotaur is now officially bloodied. 11 is a miss. No, it's a natural. It's a natural one. Okay. You bring Siegfried's Oath Sword around. 18 hits for 6 points of damage. Blah. Minotaur is more injured. As you're now in combat with this Minotaur. Is that your turn? Okay. It is Lamarche. Cool. Okay. With that, that's your turn. I can. You are somewhere up near this wagon here. In this
Oh,
general
I'm near
vicinity.
the wagon. Oh, okay. So in that case,
In this general area on top of this little plateau.
all right, I need to zoom in. I could reach him for here. We'll start with this guy.
This one here, alright. You swing twice and hit twice.
All right. There it is. Are these fiendish?
These are fiends. Yes,
Okay.
they are
I'm gonna
all
drop-
fiends.
To level 2.
Jesus. Um, as Taikan, you bring your sword, and in 2 mighty strikes, you hit. For flavor, while its weapon is magical, it's a very minor enchantment just to be magical, just to break through resistances and immunities.
Uh-huh.
Your adamantine blade shatters the minor enchantment on this Minotaur's great axe. As it blocks your blade, and then you hit and you carve through its great axe and into it, and it drops immediately and rolls to the bottom of the hill.
And I do believe I have that much movement left. For fun and flavor, let's say he's starting to slide down the hill.
Okay, and you see this hellhound at the bottom of the hill.
Day.
Is that your turn?
Yes. Wait, actually, no. I have a bonus action.
Mm.
I'm going to cast. Where's it at? Shield of Faith.
Okay, you are Shield of Faith. So let's give you a shield, shall we?
Imagine if you could cast it at higher levels.
There you go. Here's a shield.
Thank you, thank you.
Cool.
I was
And that's
just
your
taking
turn.
away a spell slot. Yeah, that's my turn.
Cool. Archie,
That's me.
more enemies are approaching from the bottom left of the map.
Minihachi moves.
Mini Archie is he below the tree there?
Yeah.
As Mini Archie moves below the tree, I'll get you to make a perception check through Mini Archie for me. Just an Archie perception check.
Wow.
Archie, these Minotaurs that are running, you notice something about them. The one on this one here is bloodied already.
Yeah.
This one here is not bloodied, but he's injured.
Mm-hmm.
They have arrows in their backs.
And
And
guess
as
what?
you get to that point, you notice there are shapes. You can't make out how many, but there are shapes behind them, way back bottom left of the map, moving through the thick foliage. You see one arrow go shunk through the foliage and slam into one of the knolls back here. They're running from someone who's shooting arrows at them. What do you do? What does Beniashi do?
I do as I do best.
Kill everything.
Cast a
Yes, sir.
fireball.
Just sort of centered on this group here, sort of idea?
Yes.
What sort of damage type is it?
Radiant.
Okay. Boom! A blast of radiant energy. They're gonna make dex saves. Minotaur number 1 succeeds and takes 8 points of damage.
Archie moves back into the wagon. She's back in the wagon.
The Minotaurs take the brunt of the damage just fine. It's the
Mhm.
gnolls which are the question marks.
Don't they take double damage because it's radiant?
No,
Really?
No.
no.
Damn.
Because it's a 3.5.
Why not?
Radiant is really good at stopping things like undead from getting up again.
I get knocked down, but I get up again.
And it also gets around most fiends' resistances as well, which is also really good.
Also has to do with the fact that 5th edition really, really doesn't like to use vulnerabilities.
Hmm.
I wish they did more, but I understand why they
Yep.
don't.
As Archie, none of the gnolls died, but several of them are now critically wounded from the blast.
Good.
Is that your turn?
Yes.
Okay. As boom, this light explosion goes off there. Ally. Well, firstly, David is going to go and run down the hill. David swings twice and hits once for 12 damage on the Hellhound. This Hellhound is badly wounded. Charlie is going to bring his Force Blade to bear on the gnoll in front of him and deal 7 force damage. And finally, down here, Archie, through the eyes of your manifested mind, Mini Archie,
Yep.
you see these gnolls and Minotaurs are all hit by your Radiant Blast. They'll stumble for a bit before continuing to run, before you see 6 arrows launch out of the brush behind here. You watch as Gnoll dead. Gnoll dead. Gnoll dead. And this Minotaur that was badly wounded, you notice it in particular is targeted with several arrows hitting it from the back, one protruding right in the back of its head and coming out between its eyes. And this Minotaur dies from an arrow.
Perish.
You aren't able to make out where they came from, or only that someone behind there did that.
I don't mind. They're killing the things that need to be killed.
You hear the sound of more arrows being fired from the top end of the map into from creatures you can't see into creatures you can't see. There's a combat going up here as well.
Yep.
That is the allies' turn done. Danraya.
Kalaz can be like, "Bah, bah, 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 bah," and just jump on this fucking hellhound.
Okay. This little hellhound. A little
13.
hellhound who could. A 13 does not hit a hellhound.
Man, this dude really needs fucking extra attack.
To be fair, you did roll a 5. But
True.
that is something that will happen soon, I expect.
I shoot my lightning bolt that way. Will it hit both sides? Or will it hit these two and this thing?
It's 5 feet wide.
Yes.
I'm gonna say, oh yeah, sure, why not?
I mean, I don't mind just doing it there if I'll just do
It's kind of iffy even in the middle, but here you'll guarantee both of them.
Yeah.
Get you to roll the lightning bolt.
Lightning bolt.
Okay, Minotaur does not succeed on his save. However, the Minotaur is resistant to lightning. I think. Have a look. See, it is.
What the
Um,
fuck?
As these are fiends. The Arcanoloth fails its save, but he's also resistant to lightning. You notice the Arcanoloth is unable to counterspell. Archie recognizes the sign of a spellcaster that is spent.
Good.
Can he counterspell when it's an ability of the weapon?
No, he can't counterspell. Period.
Oh,
He
I'm
would-
actually just asking that because I don't know.
No. I'll say I've generally stuck with that rule, so no.
Okay. Well, I don't think I'll move, but I will do that because
That'll probably kill this gnoll if he fails to save.
it
It does.
Is he 30 feet? Yeah, he is. Fuck no.
That Knoll dies. Well, it will die on his turn, which is right after, so that's fine.
Yeah. So,
Minotaur is fine. Carnoloth is fine. On their turn.
okay, so that's my turn.
Okay. It is the Enemy's turn. So these Minotaurs at the bottom, this Minotaur in this group at the bottom here, are about to run into your radiant consumption. And they can see it, this like glowing area of radiant, sickening green light. So first things, we just clear up some dead minions here. This one here, and this one,
Filet
and this
mignon.
one, and this one. So
Right,
firstly, the Minotaur. Firstly, bottom area of the map, the Minotaur here slides to a stop before running into your radiant consumption. The Gnolls here turn as well, and they all sort of make up a formation here.
yeah, they
Prepare
kind of
to
fucked, huh?
They are kind of fucked. At the top of the map, you guys see some more things running. Let's delete that, and that, and that. You see, group of Minotaurs running in, again with bad injuries and 3 Gnolls that are they've literally sprinted to get here, and there are arrows shooting from the forest behind them as they have dashed to get to this point. They are fleeing as well. However, down here, this Minotaur is going to run into you, Scarlet. So here's sort of idea. It's that's in melee with you. Yeah, Carnoloth is going to move around to here to try to break line of sight with Archie, although it's proving difficult.
Everything.
Archie's vibing.
Dude's got
Yeah.
40 vision.
They're out here playing, I don't know, like Guess Who, and I'm out here playing 4D fucking chess, dude.
Yeah.
4D
Um,
checkers. Change it up on them.
It's my new
Scarlet.
hybrid game of Check S.
You sunk my battleship.
Scarlet, the Arcanoloth calls on its own innate magic to do a thing against you. It focuses on you, the raw power of the abyss, and I need you to not make a save because you can't.
Oh.
It is casting a spell, however.
Casting a spell.
Yes, it is, and it's within counterspell range of Manifested Mind if you want to.
Yes, I will counterspell it.
Oh,
Okay.
I want to see what
as-
happens.
Well, you do see what begins to happen. The Arcanoloth calls on its own abyssal magic, and Scarlet, your armor begins to glow red hot.
It's at 4th level, by the way.
Yep. It was casting heat metal on you, Scarlet.
And I cast... No, don't.
And your armor begins to warm up and then immediately subsides as the Arcanoloth magic is nullified again. It growls in frustration at your manifested mind.
Well, all you want. You got yourself
gra-
into this situation.
It growls at your manifested mind, and then it looks up, it looks north, and sees the group of Minotaurs here running, and you see a sense of, oh shit, as
Dude.
it goes, it says in abyssal, oh shit, they found us! It says.
Yeah, we did.
These 2 Minotaurs are going to go on you, Scarlet.
Oh wait.
And they're going to reckless attack. That's a 22 to hit in the first one.
Just hits.
Just hits. And the other one's a 21 to hit, so the 21's going to miss. But it is going to do 17 points of slashing damage to you, Scarlet. as they both swing at you, but only one hits.
Yep.
As bam! This hellhound here is going to lash out, and it's going to bite at Kalaya.
Yes, fucking bit.
It bites Kalaya for a 21 to hit.
Yes.
For 6 points of physical plus 10 points of fire damage.
So 12.
And finally, there is a gnoll that is fighting Charlie. It attacks Charlie. It hits Charlie for a total of 6 points of damage. Charlie is barely injured. That is the enemy's turn. Scarlet.
Well, I'm gonna smack the left one.
You have advantage to hit because they're both reckless.
Oh, well, 26
On this one here.
on the left one. Yeah.
Cool. That absolutely hits.
14.
14. Okay, it is more and more injured.
Again. 8
That
damage.
is going. It's going to hit for 8 damage. It is still standing.
The other one.
On the other Minotaur or the other weapon?
The other Minotaur. For 19 to hit with 21 damage.
On this one as well?
They're both marked now.
Oh, sorry. 21 damage on this one. Gotcha. I understand what you're saying now. That one is now bloodied, and they are both marked.
And
They're both
then
badly injured.
last one on the left.
Okay.
19 for
That's-
10.
Going to hit, and you bring the Oath Sword through and cut this Minotaur down, and it drops under Siegfried's Oath Sword. Dead.
End of turn.
End of turn, marvelous. As you're cutting them down, Scarlet.
Actually, no. I want an action search.
An action search? Cool.
Attack of opportunity.
Minotaur's absolutely going to take it. It's absolutely going to miss.
And I'm going to swing 3 times at this guy.
Okay.
16.
The first one is going to... 16 is a miss, unfortunately.
How about a crit?
So the first strike comes down, and you notice the Arcanolith has a mage armor type effect on him, which deflects the blow. But the second one just strikes through, pierces the arcane armor that it has, and hits with a crit. For what is that?
27.
27 points of damage. You hit the Arcanolith badly injured. It looks at you and tilts its head, and you hear telepathically in your head as it speaks to you and says, "Please help me, help us, and we'll make a deal. I'll tell you everything you want to know."
16 damage?
So you ignore it and just strike it again.
Yeah.
Yep. Help me, please. Cut.
No.
Okay, I'll help you. Stab.
I can help you die.
It keeps saying to you now telepathically, "I'll tell you information. Who's My master's plans, everything. Please, just let me live.
Then you better speak up fast.
Cool. We'll see what happens on its turn then, shall we?
Because I have no control over my friends.
I have no control over these hands of mine.
It's marked, by the way. End of turn.
He's marked, excellent. Or Arcana Law. Tycan.
My Tycan slides down the hill,
Yep.
and I'm gonna go to here. On my way down, I'm gonna take a swipe at the Hellhound.
Okay. That is going to hit the Hellhound. Oof!
Oh.
You Divine Smite this Hellhound and it dies just immediately. Its form scattered into a pile of ash.
Is that Minotaur within reach? He's in reach, right? Yeah,
Yes,
he
you
is
are.
in reach.
You are in base contact. Yes.
All right, I'm
Yeah, with a
going
large
to,
creature, it's hard of the hexes.
one more attack.
That is going to hit. Oof. This Minotaur did recklessly, had advantage, and you had no defense as you run up to it. And this is probably near the end of the combat, so how would you like to kill it?
He slides down the hill and he just cleaves the Hellhound in half, long ways.
Yep.
He finishes going down the hill and just kind of runs over and just puts his sword directly through the middle of this thing's chest.
Excellent. And as the sword goes into its chest, there's a flash as a divine smite. The
Mhm.
radiant light burns out of its eyes. It lets out this final roar of pain before crumpling on your blade.
Don't have a cow, man.
And because he couldn't hear what Scarlet and the Arcanoloth were talking about, he points at the Arcanoloth now.
She looks at him, then looks at it and's like, see, told you. Gotta be fast.
That's my turn.
That's your turn. Archie.
Hello, that's me. Oh, this thing's almost dead.
It's got to contend with a Scarlet and a Tycan, and whoever's coming up this way.
I'm gonna deal with this thing.
Nobody
Oh.
heard what it said.
What are you pointing at?
The mage bitch.
Well, it says it has information, so it's up to you.
I will say Archie's only heard Scarlet's side because the Arcanal was speaking telepathically to Scarlet. So only have Scarlet's word.
It's Scarlet's a liar.
All right,
I
Scarlet,
like
you're gonna target the
information, but I like demons being dead too.
Can't remember what, like,
Can concur.
Can confirm.
there's a little girl from a taco shell commercial, I think that said it best.
How dare you?
Why not both?
What kind of lesson?
This.
Yeah, that meme.
I think it was actually here. Fuck it. This thing's gonna die.
Okay.
Yes, murder.
Yes. Are you ready?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't think the case is ever murder when it comes to demons.
Oh dear.
Watch this. I can point and make it
Jesus
disappear.
Christ.
I say, I want it to die.
Sweet.
She gives a thumbs up and just moves to the side.
My mini Archie has a small, thin pin needle, blackish, yellow energy.
Ooh. As this
As a
disintegrates
radiant
radiant.
beam.
Awesome. As the Arcanoloth looks in your direction and just you hear this telepathic voice, all of you hear telepathic voice from the Arcanoloth as it just speaks to everyone. No, please, please, I'm surrendering. I'm surrendering. Let's make a deal. Before the beam
I
hits
say
Archie.
in Abyssal, I don't make
Yep.
deals with demons.
And as it rolled, it did attempt to dodge. It rolled a natural 2.
So this is how it goes. Mini Archie looks at it and says in Abyssal, I don't make deals with demons.
Yep.
This piercing beam blasts from Mini Archie, the size of Mini Archie,
Yeah.
and just goes straight through the chest cavity of the
And you watch-
Arcanoloth. And it just
you watch as
turns
the
to dust.
The
As well
Arcanoloth
as
reeks.
below it,
Yeah.
the ground, a bit of the ground is just dust.
As it is disintegrated and blown away, there is nothing left of the Arcanoloth. It is gone. Charlotte, your feet drop about 5 feet into the ground, into a brand new little hole that has formed.
It's Arcanoloth sized.
Archie sniffs in the cart and adjusts his glasses and opens his book. Job done. That's my turn.
Cool. That's your turn. Archie,
Mhm.
you didn't notice them
Nope.
because your past perception was nowhere near high enough.
Nope.
You see 2 figures move around the cart. Look to be humanoid, wearing dark green, well, so greenish sort of robes, leather armor. Unmistakably, however, the symbol of the Order of the Blue Moon on them.
Yep.
Bows and arrows move around the cart. And Archie, you didn't hear them, but there's a figure on the cart right behind you with a pair of arrows knocked in her bow. You can't see her because she's behind you, but it's a female voice. You hear her say, "Good. If you began to make a deal, I would have had to drop you as well."
I adjust my glasses and I turn a page and I say, I don't make deals with demons.
I do.
I just exterminate them.
To be fair,
It
it was
seems
a
to
devil,
fit.
not a demon.
It seems we
Ah.
found an. It seems we found an ally here.
Archie keeps looking at his book and I just say, that was the plan to begin with.
We'll talk in a moment when the trash is dealt with.
I agree.
You watch as this Blue Moon Hunter moves up, fires 2 arrows and kills this gnoll with 1 arrow in each of its eyes.
Ah,
You watch as this hunter jumps on a rock here, and pulls 2 arrows and fires at these minotaurs and gnolls here. You watch as more people emerge from the tree line. You watch as a pair of wolves come bounding out of the forest, and you see a bunch more of these Blue Moon warriors come out and begin to fire arrows in this general vicinity. This minotaur is cut down as it is running. This one is not dead, but is is critically injured, and there's a wolf currently hanging on its arm, biting. These gnolls are dead. On the bottom of the map, you watch as more individuals come running out of the forest. And open fire and kill Gnoll, and Hellhounds, leaving only an injured Minotaur with its back to a Radiant Consumption spell. These 3 hunters mercilessly cut them down and knock 2 more arrows each and aim at the Minotaur to execute it on their next turn. That and it is David's going to slide down the hill next to you, Tyken, and say, "It's them. It's the order." And David's going to prepare to do whatever he needs to do next. Then Rhea.
Tyken sad. Tyken was having fun.
I guess at this point I'm gonna cancel my concentration on the Sickening Radiance. But
Okay.
I'm gonna shatter this guy.
This one right here. Okay.
Will it automatically if I do that? No. What right here? Yep. Okay.
Even if he succeeded his save, he'd still die. The Minotaur is shattered into 1,000 pieces of flesh and awfulness. Your turn. Do you want to move Kalir anywhere? As the northern side is completely done.
No, I'm good.
There is one Minotaur left, which is down the bottom of the map here. It turns, it roars and runs at these 3 guys, and injures one slightly. What?
Morph.
Fuck.
Morph.
No, they were just telling me dinner's ready.
Okay. Scarlet, doing anything? No?
Is it just the last Minotaur?
It's the last Minotaur and he's fighting 3 of these hunters. It's the Minotaur's dead, it looks like.
Sure.
Cool.
Oh shit.
You
Almost
just point
max
your
roll.
weapon. Oh. The Minotaur is now bloodied. It's pummeled from behind by magic missiles. Wait, your turn, I presume?
Yeah, she'll... Oh, wait, no. She'll banner herself,
Okay.
even though it's probably not necessary.
Yeah, that's fine. You took damage. Tyken.
Alright. I have an idea. Oh, never mind, I don't. I'm just gonna walk here and Radiant Consumption. And I think that's all I can do.
Just become a beacon.
Mm-hmm.
The remains of the gnolls that didn't get entirely destroyed begin to melt away around you. Awesome. Archie, you doing anything?
Me doing anything?
Yeah,
I think everything's in hand.
it is.
Mini Archie's gonna start coming back I was going to move him back, but I'm not going to do anything. I think everyone else can have their fun. I have had mine.
Okay, cool. Allies, easy enough. With the magic missile help Scarlet, these three hunters put their longbows away and pull out swords, and in unison they cut down this minotaur without much issue. And with that, we are out of combat. As we are out of combat, you guys see the Blue Moon hunters begin to move into the clearing itself, with the wolves at their side. Archie, you are now able to see the person behind you.
Hey, all.
I am
As you
going
t-
to heal Kalaya.
As you all sort of begin to do the thing, David approaches you over there, Scarlet.
Hmm.
You can go have dinner if you want. Be quick.
Sure. But you said he approaches?
He approaches, and like David's just gonna go near you to greet these guys over here, but you can go have dinner if you like. We'll deal with this over here first.
Okay. I'll be back then.
Okay. As the rest of you guys over here see the woman who has gotten into the cart with Archie without Archie even noticing. She is Wood Elven. You notice. Which is odd, because you were led to believe that the Order of the Blue Moon was all human. There she is. Elven, definitely Wood Elven. But
Yeah.
armor of the Blue Moon. She has a bow which is made out of brambles. Definitely magical. She keeps it in her hand, but ready. And she says to all of you, she says to those of you around, it isn't often that we get travelers here who are allied with us. You said you were seeking allies?
There's a lot of
Yes.
things that's happening.
We came with a little friend.
Says, I see. She looks in the direction of David, and although David's out of view because of the trees, he says, huh, you're here with him. One
Yes.
moment. One moment. She jumps off the car, and as she hits the ground, her feet are silent. Archie, you recognize boots of Elvenkind.
Mm-hmm.
She jumps off the cart, looks at the ground, looks around, and looks at these two hunters that are here who are sort of approaching her. She says, we got most of them, but not all. 4 more ran that direction 11 minutes ago. Go. She points, and the two of them say, yes, Grand Huntress. And they both turn and run in that exact direction. At a glance, she knew that there were four more demons 11 minutes away. These two hunters run off.
Tracking.
It's my job. Crack. What are you all doing here? The Order doesn't take kindly to outsiders.
We've come to help the order, obviously.
Bite me.
Looks like I'm leaving then. He says, obviously joking.
Thanros says, bite me.
Yeah.
He says, no.
No, bite me. I pull out my arm and I'm like, gimme.
I need it.
He says, no. I'm Shale Ceylon. I'm one of the Grand Huntresses of the Blue Moon. It's our job to keep the demons that escaped from. Forget the name. Forget the name, and it's on my map. Dragonstone? Keep thinking Dragonstone.
Dragon's Peak.
Dragon Spear.
Okay.
Got there eventually.
Got there eventually. I keep thinking Dragonstone because
combine
I recently,
dragon
I
with
recently, I
every word in the
recently
dictionary.
rewatched Game of Thrones, so I keep thinking Dragonstone. Dragon Spear. She says it's our job to hunt whatever demons escape from Dragon Spear and get past the main defensive line.
Pleasure to meet you. I am Tyken.
You know, she doesn't seem to have any recognition of who you are.
I'm Than
I
Raya,
would think she
fine.
would because we're so far south.
It says we were waiting. I was waiting to see what you'd do with that one, pointing at the ashes in the clearing where Scarlet is. If you were going to talk to it, well, she holds her arrow. She holds her bow. We're under strict orders to leave no survivors from the abyss.
I can't say I blame you there.
She says, "What's your business here?" Like I said, we're like, well, David's welcome back, but outsiders are certainly not.
Bite me.
No.
I, as a paladin, champion of Helm, heard that there was a portal to the abyss here, and I want to close it.
Same.
Then, respectfully, I'm going to have to ask you all to leave. This is the Order's business and not yours.
Respectfully, I'm going to have to ignore your orders to leave as I answer to a higher authority.
Yes, and also considering that one down there, probably technically higher on the food chain than you.
Technically, the Blue Moon Order is led by another now. Another that you don't know is around. Another that is of a bloodline from 200 years ago.
Another that's having dinner at the moment.
Just open into a field.
Yeah.
Fourth wall break, fourth wall break,
She's-
fourth wall
she's
break.
just-
I'm famished after that kerfuffle.
She says, "I don't understand what you're saying."
Do you remember
that-
Scarlet?
Not the legendary Scarlet Greylock who led the Order into.
Who does that look like?
I mean, you saw David, surely.
I point at Scarlet.
As you point at Scarlet, who at this point is probably conversing with David and his group of hunters down here.
The Scarlet Greylock is alive. The Scarlet Greylock that did die 200 years ago is no longer dead.
That isn't possible.
As is the Tykan champion of Helm. Sanraya, the one who defeated Arkham the Black. And me. Sir Archibald. One of the Mage's elites.
Dale looks at you with this look of disbelief and says, "You can all claim to be whoever you like, but my orders are clear.
Your orders are vetoed by Scarlet. And honestly, we've came here with David. And honestly, it doesn't matter what you say. Me, Archibald, I am going to get that fucking rift closed.
And me, Thanraya, is gonna be a doggo.
Shut up.
Damn it.
Bad dog. We gotta practice. I'm gonna hit you in the nose with the
I don't give
newspaper.
a fuck. The Archie looks angry.
Yep.
I don't give a fuck about your lawful, oathful standpoint with your order. I give a fuck about this whole landmass that is fucked by dragons and demons.
Dale says, Listen, I know you're angry, but I have to follow my orders to the letter.
Okay. Also, listen.
Well, how about
I
you
forgot
go
what
deal
I
with the
said.
demons,
In
and
respect,
I'll go talk to your higher up.
Miss Wood Elf. Just saying, but we are David's contribution to the order, so you don't really have a right to turn us around.
The order
Oh,
has a strict policy against outsiders.
We're not an outsider.
We're invited guests.
Exactly.
Invited guests are outsiders. Listen, I'm under orders. I'm going to contact my superiors. And whatever they say will be the final word.
Well, how about you get your
Um,
superiors to talk to us? I don't like
Superiors-
one-sided conversations.
Sorry, Ty, can you say something?
He says, yeah, allow me to accompany you, ma'am.
Oh, I can contact them now. As she reaches into her armor and pulls out what you notice to be a particular sending stone. Archie, you'd recognize this as one that can communicate multiple times.
Man, elves are so stubborn.
Does she
She pulls
use the magic on the sending stone?
Sorry,
Does she use the magic on the sending stone?
she does.
I'd like to redirect it.
To where?
Me.
It's funny as fuck.
She
Okay,
pulls at the
that's pretty
sending.
funny.
She pulls at the sending stone and says audibly into it, in common.
I'm back. What happened? What's happening?
Actually, I
Um,
wouldn't do that. That seems bad.
We're having a fight.
What?
They're talking to the wood elf that you see in that image there, who has identified herself to be one of the leader huntresses of the order.
Oh.
Um,
What's
she-
this about
she pull-
attacking?
No, no,
she pull-
no.
No, here's the deal. Thunraya wants to be attacked so they can turn into a werewolf. But
I mean, no. But also,
Wrong.
yes.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
But
basically
we are, what's the word? Arguing, not fighting.
arguing. I'll come back to what's happening in Scarlet, because with Scarlet, you're dealing with this group down here, and David. Shale begins to speak into the sending stone and say, Commander, we have David here. He's returned and brought some outsiders. What are your orders? And that gets redirected to you, Archie.
Mm-hmm. Actually, as I said, I wouldn't do that. It seems like a bad idea. I'll let them do what they're talking.
Okay. As the orders, as you don't redirect, the message gets sent, and you notice that it's only audible for what she's saying into it. She gets a response back a few moments later. Are you sure that's wise, Commander? Yes, I understand, but... Very well, and you notice that Shale looks visibly annoyed. Shale puts the sending stone away. She looks at you, Archie, and the rest of and Skull and Thunraya and Tykan. It seems they're expecting you.
Ha! Invited guests.
He just kind of nods. He says, "See, easy enough to clear up. No big deal."
It looks like we have a meeting to uphold.
The commander said that the order's seer has foreseen your arrival.
Ooh.
Ooh.
That's
He
right.
looks at
bad.
Archie. We've been foreseen.
I wonder why.
Kind of hard to miss you.
What's the bet? What's the bet that I lean up to Tyken and whisper in his ear? What's the bet that the old me knows this seer?
I'd see that. Ah.
Yeah.
Let's go.
In the meantime, down here, Scarlet. David has stepped up alongside you at the same time as that conversation with Shale has gone on. In the clearing down here, The two wolves are moving past, sniffing the ground, and begin to just sniff and generally hunt. These hunters move up, and Scarlet, you see they are wearing the symbol of the blue moon. And as they approach, they sort of see David and say, "David, it's good to see you back. You've grown up." David says, "Well, thank you. This is Scarlet Greylock." Gesturing at you.
And that is
The hunters move up. Cannot be. They all say.
It shouldn't
They-
be, but it is.
One of them says to you, Scarlet, "I thought you'd be taller."
Classic.
And the next person who talks about that, I'm gonna smack upside the head.
I'm tempted to say something now because I know you can't reach mine.
Oh, fuck.
Don't think I won't try.
So good.
David, however, smiles and says, "Oh, she's the real deal. We're here to return to the base. This is my contribution." And the hunters say, "Oh, well, that will be up to Shale, looking up the top of the hill." And Shale calls out, "It's fine. Command's expecting them." The hunters say, "Oh, all right then." And Shale then calls out, "Display the corpses like the rest, and then move on." They say, "Yes." And they begin to go and grab Minotaur corpses and Gnoll corpses and tie them to trees.
That's our time to leave.
Shale moves from here down the hill to you, Scarlet, and you see this woman, this wood elf woman. And I will say this for all of you, upon being near Shale, while you've been traveling with David, there's that sense of danger emanating from him that he has been actively suppressing. To keep it at a minimum. With Shale, she is making no effort to suppress that. You get the sense that you are in an alpha predator's domain, and she is the alpha predator.
Well, she
Whereas
was,
David-
but then Tygan showed up.
I mean,
Whereas-
it's really
whereas-
hard to take that seriously when we literally just killed a dragon.
Oh no, it's just like that sense of like when you're near a primal beast, and it's in the back of your mind sort of idea. That sense of
Yeah, I know what you were saying. I was just making a joke.
She could bite at any time.
Shale
Then Ray
approaches
goes
you,
and pokes
Scarlet.
with the stick.
Shale approaches you, Scarlet,
Hmm.
and says, "So you're the real deal."
I am.
Interesting.
Sign you up. You don't look like the real deal. You don't seem like the real deal. The aura you give off is definitely not the real deal.
Do you
was
not
with
believe
nervous.
me?
It's not a matter of whether or not I believe you, but the commander of the order has said that they are expecting you.
She nods.
If you aren't who you really say you are, then, well, they'll find out.
Of course.
Go. She points at your wagon. She says, "Go. It's not wise to keep the commander waiting."
She nods. And we'll go.
David says, "Thank you, Grand Huntress," and Shale sort of nods. You move to the wagon?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. As you move to the wagon, you watch as the hunters begin to tie up the the individual, the gnolls and things, and begin to search the general vicinity. As you all load into the wagon, let's move you to a different map. Boop. The kobolds, by the way, have remained within Kalaya's armor, scared.
Fuck, I forgot about the kobolds.
They're just hanging out in the armor.
There's 3 sling attacks I could have done.
Yeah, that's fine. Oh, they were too scared of the hellhound.
Well, those fucking useless lizards.
What did you expect?
You guys load up in the wagon and begin to move, leaving Shale and her hunters behind as you hear them hunting the remainder of the demons that are around. As you roll past that battle scene, do you want to do or say anything as you roll back in the wagon?
Fucking wood elves, man.
No, I'm
So
good.
serious.
I'm ready to go.
As you roll past, once you're out of earshot, David says, "She's always bugged me, that one."
Yeah. That's a yep. I tap him
mean-
on the back.
I mean, she talks about outsiders not being welcome, but she herself is an outsider.
How are you meant to get more people in the ranks if you turn around outsiders? That's just
Well, it's
I'm
It's
sure she has
complicated.
some reasons for acting like that.
yes, she's all about orders. He says.
I can understand and respect that.
She's not a bad person. Like
she's just a bit stiff.
well, that helps apparently.
She didn't
Um,
even bite me.
Well, we're forbidden from biting, says David.
Fuck.
Oh, you're SOL.
Like I said, though, says David, once we're there and we can talk to the commander,
Oh yeah, the commander.
then we can work out something for that.
It's weird. Is it you know, I'm curious. Is it a curse?
Well, it's a burden.
Is it though?
It is. It is. Every day for me is a constant struggle, keeping the beast at bay.
Hmm.
I mean, the hunters have it easy, I think, because the beast mainly wants to hunt and kill, and their job in the forest is to hunt and kill. So they have a common ground there. But for others, it's much more difficult.
I take it's really hard to get a academic beast.
Well, the beast isn't academic. It's said that we all share the same beast or the connection to the same thing. But it's like reading. It's like the way I've read about some people that make pacts with creatures.
Like an
Ah,
archdevil, for example?
So there is no. So there was something that bestowed this power to begin with.
Oh yes, yes. Based on the history of the order, they were given it. They were given the power by an old lady in a swamp.
Son of a bitch.
Hag magic.
Not just any hags. I'm pretty sure I know what's going on here, but I'm gonna keep my mouth shut.
But says David, it's victory at any cost, and the cost, the burden. Well, it's given us the chance to be stronger than we were before. And this is happening as you're driving, by the way.
Yeah, you horsey.
I wonder if there's a progenitor wolf.
Well, that means that all we have to do is find this hag and kill her if we want to cure all these people.
No.
Why would you do that? Says David.
We both say it at the same time.
That's. Oh, I was just talking about how you cure lycanthropy. I wasn't actually intending on doing anything.
But if you just so happen to come across a hag.
Besides, you after the original's dead, then you kind of have to do a bunch of other stuff. You know, it's just the original being dead doesn't auto cure anything. At least what I was told. I had to learn a little bit of this stuff, being having clergy duties and things.
Well, I'm not too read up on it, but the commander would definitely be more read up on that sort of idea. As you travel and have light discussion for the next hour or so, you see more corpses of demons, like strapped and tied and bound to trees, before you emerge from the edge of the forest. And you see before you Fort Dragonspear, or Dragonspear Castle. The forest ends on one edge. There's the castle, and then on the other side of the castle, you see just rolling desert. That's what you see.
Ooh.
The castle itself is barren and clearly has been under siege by something. You can see there's an outer wall and there's an inner wall behind that, and you can see there is a hive of activity going on inside. There are guards.
Is it?
No, not quite. You get a sense that the name. Well, Archie would know. The name Dragonspear comes from the spears that were produced here.
That would make sense.
Is this the place I think it is? Is this a place where I can workshop?
There is a forge that can make dragon slaying weapons here, yes.
Yes!
Starts frothing at the mouth.
Tyken is going to be very busy for quite some time, just a heads up.
However, David did say that's why the order came here. There is a portal to the abyss blocking the forge itself.
Oh, well, no, that's good.
Well, he's going to be even more busy now.
As you roll along on the sandy road that leads up to the main gate, you see on the far side of the main gate, at least 500 feet from the main gate, there are a group of Blue Moon soldiers that are currently meeting with a group of individuals wearing cloaks and robes with a series of carts. The cart looked to have some sort of sled type mechanism on the sides that would be able to slide down, and you can see these carts are carved in sand, and it's very clear that these creatures have that these carts have come from the deserts.
Ooh.
And it looks like they're trading supplies with the people of the order. As you approach, there is. Oh no! Like, it looks like there's some sort of deal being made.
What kind of stuff did they got? I'm curious.
As you roll closer,
Mm-hmm.
you get, as you approach the gate, you can see people have seen you approach, but they seem, as Shale said, you are expected. As you get closer, is Fink still there?
I see
Yes.
movement.
I see movement. Fink is there. Is Archie there?
Huh?
You're there, good. As you get closer to the gate, you can see what's being traded by these Blue Moon soldiers and these desert dwellers. And you do see who the desert dwellers are. You see there's a sort of a deal being made. The leader of the desert dwellers looks to be a bugbear, and there are a few other bugbear muscle. There are some goblins, there are some kobolds, and there are some humans. All wearing very desertish attire. Strapped to the front of each of the desert dwellers' wagons are not horses or camels. I'm putting an image in D&D chat.
Shulpuff? Is that Shulpuff? Oh no, it's not Shulpuff.
Oh, cool.
Those things are fucking gnarly.
They are.
Can't remember what they're called, but I love them.
They're called Kruthix.
Thank you.
That's sick.
These large insect-like things with straps and leather things tying them to the carts. And as you get closer, you can see what they're trading. The desert dwellers are producing, from their cart, are pulling scrap metal, broken iron and other things, animal carapaces, piles of loot, and you get some sort of and sacks which look to have a shimmering like diamond from them.
Ooh.
This is scrap gear they've gathered from south. In particular, Archie, you recognize one piece of scrap metal that has been produced by these desert dwellers that is being offered in trade. It's a piece of a gate, Archie.
A piece of a gate.
It's a piece of a gate which you recognize immediately on sight, like an iron gate that has been rusted and twisted. It's a part of Candlekeep's gate.
Why is it here?
Because
Aw, poor
because Candlekeep is south of Baldur's Gate.
True.
Based at a glance, Archie, Candlekeep was melted.
Hmm.
You get a sense that there's probably not a lot left there.
At least
Yeah.
all their magical books should be okay.
But you notice these desert dwellers are trading looted metal and other bits to the Order. And the Order is providing what looks to be cured meats. Meat. Exquisitely crafted weaponry. And bags of seeds and other foods. They're making trades.
Lycan would approach and say, if I may.
As you approach, as you get off the wagon, approach the trade. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
As you approach, you watch as the desert dwellers are immediately weapons at the ready.
I hold up a coin purse.
Two of the members of the Order that are there say, "What are you doing? This is negotiations for the Order."
Well, I want in.
The bugbear at the front says, "We wish to hear what this outsider has to offer."
I forgot to mention, I would have gathered those Minotaur axes as well, by the way.
Yep, that's fine. Yep.
And he says, I have slightly enchanted giant axes or money. And dragon pieces.
You hear muttering among the humans and goblins and other things in the group of desert dwellers.
As he reaches and he pulls out, like the head of Nivixel's kid. And I pull that out.
We'll
I
take
give
it,
a
says
slap.
we'll take it, says the bugbear.
Alright. So, in turn, assuming it's alright with my compatriots here, is everyone alright with this?
The order members sort of are looking at you nervously, but nod.
And I look at the party. Is this all right?
I shrug. It's just a dragon head. There's plenty more.
I want all the metal that we can get.
Dragon shrieks evilly.
You can have it. The dragon head would be a great boon to the desert tribes, says the bugbear as he gestures, and the people with him begin to unload piles of scrap metal.
And I will pick this up and I'll set it in one of their wagons and I'll shake his hand.
As he shakes your hand, he is a bugbear. He's very thin, and he's wearing cloaks to shield him from the heavy sun. Says, "Thank you. This will bring great morale to the rest of the desert nomads."
Ooh, well, I'm happy to hear it's going to a very good cause.
Indeed, as about 200 pounds worth of scrap metal is provided.
I do believe that will do.
There's, you see there is a bit more that's left there that they haven't traded. The bugbear says, "The rest of this we intend to trade for food." So you understand.
Understandable. Well, I don't think I'll be making anything that's 200 pounds. Each individual item I make is going to be between 1 and, well, 5 pounds. So there's plenty for me to work with here.
Very good. As the trade is completed, the one of the order members says, I presume you've been allowed entry to the fort."
Not only that, our entry has been foreseen.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll arrange for this metal to be brought inside.
Please and thank you. Though I probably, if it's in bundles, Tyken could probably.
It is literally a pile of scrap metal that's just piled on top of each other. there is a cart. There is a cart there that the order has, which they're loading it onto to bring it in.
Oh, okay.
So it's fine.
He says, I know. He says, well, I would bring this in myself, but I do believe I'm expected and I don't want to be late. And I don't have a shovel.
He says, "It's fine. We'll have it brought to the forge."
Thank you. Though I don't think I'll be using that forge. I came here for a different one.
I think I understand. Anyway, if you're expected, don't keep the commander waiting.
He nods and he'll head off.
Yep. As you rejoin the group, you guys roll up to the gate. As you roll up to the gate, you see, firstly, the defenses are pointing outwards, but only a few. Most of them are pointing inwards. You roll in. The soldiers at the open gate see you approach and say, "David, you've been expected. The commander is in points in a direction." As all of you roll in, you see there are homes. There is Archie. There's a school. There are people learning in here. You see some kids are training. You will see one scene where about 6 or 7 children wearing children's armor of the Blue Moon are currently fighting a more senior member who is giving them basic combat training, and the senior member is not wearing armor. The children are using actual swords and attacking and injuring this Blue Moon member, but the swords are not silvered or magical, so they aren't doing any damage, but they're just using it for combat training.
Christ.
Tyke will point at one of the kids and be like, "Try with both hands."
He says, he nods at you and goes, "All right," and just swings and hits the training soldier in the neck. Just a deep wound, which would be a death blow, but because it's not magical, there's no damage. The soldier says, "Ah, a good strike." Again, and then they all begin to attack him.
Stop trying to hit me and hit me.
You go past another school type room where you see a bunch of older students who are probably 13 or 14 years old who are discussing advanced military tactics. Archie, you see a library with some people in there who are practicing magic. Tycan, you go past what looks to be a makeshift Temple of Helm,
Woohoo!
and also a temple of Selune, and also a temple of the Raven Queen.
Oh, well, that makes sense.
Now we just need our monitor and we'll be complete.
Sol, your mic keeps buzzing. Well.
For context, Almanator is the god of the sun, and I'm just making jokes because Saloon's moon.
Yep. Well, Selune makes a lot of sense for them to worship. So.
Yeah.
Before you approach, you go past all this. It's a thriving community of people here, entirely made up of the Order of Women. And you approach what looks to be a leader's a building. Like these are stone structures within the general castle itself. You see a building with symbols of the blue moon in banners hanging down. You see this looks to be a leader's building. Emerging from the building, you see a person, and I'm just going to go to the bathroom very quickly, if that's all right with you guys.
Alrighty.
Yep.
Cool. Back in a second. Ooh.
So there was a particular thing I sent Matt last week that would be really scary to fight.
Man, there's a lot of shit in D&D that's scary to fight. It could be anything.
Yeah. Sadly though, this one doesn't have an updated stat block, and it's from 3.5.
3.5 has some of the fucking craziest shit in it.
Yeah, I found a PDF that Wizards of the Coast released on how to convert stuff from 3.5 to 5th edition, so I've been doing that for fun.
I like how they're like, we can't be bothered, you do it.
Pretty much. They even have guides on converting entire modules from like previous editions to 5th.
Is Sol back yet? No? Okay. Oh, sorry, I'm back. We all good to go?
I am.
Yay. So
I'm not
you
gone.
see,
I'm just muted because you told me I was staticky.
yeah, your mic keeps sort of flashing staticky randomly. It's quite odd. I think it's fine now. Anyway. So you approach the outside of a commander's-looking hut, like building, where David says, "Oh, this is it. Stop here." As you pull the wagon to a stop.
Mm-hmm.
And you see a person step out of the hut. You see there are two Blue Moon soldiers who are also standing guard. As you see stepping out, a woman with a badass picture.
Yes. Unexpected, but I like it.
She looks to
Indeed.
be in her late 20s, based on her appearance. As she approaches, she looks at you all and says, she looks at you all, like looks past you all, and then sees David and says, "Oh, David," and she approaches and gives him a hug.
Also unexpected, but I dig it.
She pulls back from the hug and says, "Your mother would have killed me if you didn't come back." And he smiles and says, "Well, I'm safe, and I bought people." And David points at each of you and introduces you as Scarlet and Rhea, Archie, and Tycan. Oh,
Man.
and
Hello, man.
that one's Charlie. And Charlie sort of gives you a robotic wave. She nods and says, "Well, I am Eliza Roxley, Commander Eliza Roxley. I'm the current commander of the Order of the Blue Moon here."
I believe my title is Champion of Helm.
Of Helm. So you're
Yes, ma'am.
you are the Tycan,
Yes, ma'am.
the one who fell in Luskan, if
Yes.
I remember correctly. I see. And that makes you Archibald,
Correct.
the one who decimated the entirety of Neverwinter.
Correct.
And
Destroy a
you're
city one
Than-
time, you never live it down.
And you're Thanrea. If my knowledge is, if my reading is correct, you were betrayed by the Order of the Burning Dawn.
Then Rhea starts to cry. Somebody knows me! Finally!
She sort of smiles and says, we know about the Burning Dawn. We were the ones that hunted them to extinction."
Good. Motherfuckers.
You can help me feel even better by biting me.
He says, "And you," and looks at you, Scarlet.
Morning.
It's actually
So-
afternoon now, Josh.
Oh, well, fuck.
Oh. Oh, you should.
Yeah,
He says, "You and
Scarlet.
Scarlet Greylock."
Correct.
He steps up to you, and she stands about at your height, and then kneels before you. It's an honor to meet you.
The cute commander kneels before the short stack.
I may be small, but I am mighty.
Bro, look at her. She looks freaking adorable but vicious at the same time in that damn art.
Archie, she has a spell book at her side.
Yeah, I can see that.
Although she does look to be a fighter too, so you probably think she's an Eldritch Knight sort of idea.
Yep.
I hope she's level
Scarlet,
7, because
she's-
otherwise, yikes.
She's kneeled before you.
It's good
You
to
do.
meet you as well, but you can stand.
Of course. She says, "Well, while I am the commander of the Order here, I do recognize your authority."
It's been a long time since
Yes.
I've had something like that.
Says, "Well, 200 years. May I ask what took you so long?" She smiled.
I guess complications.
We like our sleep.
We press snooze.
I think it was more along the lines of we weren't needed.
I see. Well, the Order has done pretty well in your absence, if I may say so myself. Although I only took over fairly recently.
Very nice.
She says, please, come inside. We can talk." And she gestures you inside a little building.
She nods and goes in.
As you notice that before you go in, the road going past all these buildings goes into another fortified gate, which is like an inner wall. And beyond that, you can see a hive of movement with people, soldiers moving barricades around and things. It looks like the fortification around the portal is further in. But you will enter her office type space, her commanding space. You all step in, take a seat.
Yes.
She says, "Well, I'm sure you have lots of questions. I have questions too. But so I presume you're David's contribution."
I am.
It's quite the contribution. I should mention that there are those in the Order who don't like outsiders very much. I'm not.
We've noticed.
Yes, Shale is determined in her. Shale's focused, I will say, in following orders. We've had some issues with We've had issues with outsiders in the past. You see.
If you don't accept outsiders, how do you replenish your ranks?
Well, there are about 700 of us in total. It's enough to maintain numbers.
I give like Fenrir a look with a raised eyebrow, like, like you know what's going on.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
There are 700 of us here in total. It's enough to maintain numbers. We keep our losses to a minimum as well.
At least it's a broad gene pool, know what I'm saying?
It is. I mean, well, she says yes, but Eliza says, but but everyone here is trained from birth to be the best they can be. I'm sure you went past the schools on the way in.
Yes.
I'm sure David has told you a little bit about what we do. But,
Yep.
She says, but we're self-sufficient here. The food is grown by the seer. Magical crops are grown. As far as meat is concerned, we've worked out a way of taking the demon meat from the creatures that we kill in the creatures that come through the portal, and curing it with holy water. It's edible then.
I mean, they are at least half cow. So
Yes.
it's not that
Yes.
bad.
While demon meat by usually is not edible, with holy water it does become normal.
They're
As far
eating
as-
demon meat.
Yep.
Icon's face.
When he takes off his mask.
She says-
"You eat what?"
She says it is quite edible once you've cured it with holy water.
I will take your word for it, and I will pass.
I mean,
It's very well. It's very well. You're welcome to try some. We also gather gear from. We also produce gear from the scrap metal that the desert nomads provide, and also by reforging the weaponry left over by the minotaurs and things.
Reaches into the wagon, pulls out one of the axes like this.
Like that, yes.
I have plans, big plans. I'm gonna be here for a while.
He says, well, yes. You're welcome to use the forge that we've built.
Not that forge.
Well, that's the problem. The portal's in front of the main forge, which is why we originally came here.
It won't be for long.
If anyone else were to say that, I'd be inclined to disagree. But you've bought him, and she looks at you, Archie.
Hello. You're looking at me.
He does know portals.
The man that destroyed an entire city. If you can destroy an entire city, I'm sure you can figure out a way to close one portal.
That's what I'm here for.
Well, perhaps information on that would be helpful.
Yes. I need to know about the portal.
Hmm.
How it's shaped.
Well-
How thin the layer between the abyss and this is here. There's a multitude of factors that I need to know.
What it tastes
It
like.
is- He says, well, I only understand a little bit of the arcane. We have some mages in our ranks who definitely understand more. But from what we understand, it's a portal to the Endless Maze,
Baphomet.
Baphomet. And all the demons that come out definitely carry his symbolism. And I will point out, all those gnolls you fought had little horns. The Minotaurs, obviously.
They had little horns next to their giant ones.
Yeah, they were all wearing the symbol of Baphomet. But yeah, Eliza says the portal is to Baphomet's domain. The portal itself is deep within the main central structure of the castle. We've taken the effort over time to close forcibly all of the side passages through the castle, essentially funneling them out through a main entrance, which is where our defensive line is set up.
Right.
We did send people through the portal. That was before I was the leader.
That's a bad idea.
We sent 15 good people through, and none of them returned.
The endless maze.
Is endless, from as far as
I
we
mean,
understand.
that's probably on my top 5 places I don't want to go.
That's what I agree. Because usually, if you walk in,
Can't get
well,
out.
it's not even a usually. If you walk in, you never come back.
Well, somebody
Eliza-
has to come back. I wouldn't know about it.
Eliza says, so when the order first came here, we came here to get access to the dragon spear, to the dragon forge, and make dragon slaying weapons. We found the portal here. We found demons roaming the forest nearby. We systematically hunted down the demons, slaughtered them, and pushed back to the castle, took the castle, and then held the portal. We then sent people in the portal. They didn't come back. We spent a few months researching, and our best mages managed to close the portal using their own magic. I'm sure you're aware of Dispel Magic and similar things like that, yes? Yes. Basically, we use that sort of magic to end the spell, and the portal did close for about a minute. And then it reopened from the other side. As far as we can understand, there's nothing on this side of the portal keeping it open. It's on that side. Once we realized that was the case, that there was nothing we could do to keep it closed, we set up a permanent shop here, and we set up permanently here and keep the demons from getting out. Those that get through our defensive line are hunted down and killed outside in the forest.
It's a shame you can't create a portal to the endless maze, and just loop them.
He says, unfortunately, that's not in the sort of realm that we deal with here.
I have a
Confederates-
horrible idea. Matt,
That's our party.
Yes, yes.
Here's my idea. I'm gonna
Hmm.
plant it to you before, like, as we have time before I need to leave.
Hmm.
So we found a magical stone archway of portals
You did.
in the Nether East ruins.
You did.
I wonder what would happen if I set up my own archway from the remnants of that on top of this portal's archway while it's down. I wonder what would happen. Would it close? Would it integrate? Would I be able to turn it off and on?
I mean,
Potentially.
Because the thing is, this archway has a portal to several different realms. I was wondering if I could reverse engineer it and have the two portals clash. Let's say there's a very specific portal that has Maruts,
Mm.
and Maruts clashing with the Endless Maze. Sigil and the Endless Maze would be kind of funny.
Potentially. Eliza does say, listening to this idea of yours, Eliza says, if you wish, you're more than welcome to look at the portal itself.
Well, there's two things that I can try to do. Obviously, dispelling it is not going to work because it's on the other side. And I'm guessing if we went onto the other side, it's not going to be as simple as finding people to shut the rift. What we need to do is either... Actually, I think I know what I need to do. I don't need tricks. I just need to strengthen the weave and the material plane so it's not as weak to the void plane.
that sounds so much harder.
Eliza says, I've studied a bit of the arcane and I legitimately have no idea what you're talking about.
That
You
is
know,
a
you
standard
want to
thing
know-
right now.
You want to know how I destroyed Neverwinter? Used a spell of such power that manipulated the weave around Neverwinter to destroy the weave. Which in turn blew up Neverwinter. Which in turn shattered everyone's souls around.
Okay, I'm going to ask that you don't do that.
No, I don't want to destroy here, or that was a last resort type deal. I want to do the reverse. And I'm not talking about, like, you know, turn the weave into a magical weapon. I'm talking about restoring the weave of the material plane so that think of it like layers. At the moment, there is a thin layer between the material plane and the endless maze here at Dragon Keep, which allows them to create a portal into our plane, correct? It's very easy to poke through the paper. But the thing is, if we added 10 more layers of paper, it'd be a lot harder to poke through, wouldn't it? What if we
I
added
assume
20 layers of paper? I get my
But-
book and I start poking holes through one layer of paper, and then I do 2, and then I do 3, and it just doesn't poke through anymore, right?
Well, it would certainly make it harder to at least keep the portal open.
Well, the thing is, we just need to figure out how many layers it would take for him to not be able to open the portal at all, and where it would take intervention on both sides. You know how demons and devils usually do rituals in the material plane to try to open up portals in the material plane, and it usually only allows 1 or 2 big things through?
Yes, they do try that from time to time. They seem to struggle with it.
Yes. And what I need to do is make it so they can't open it from their side, because we're not doing anything from our side, correct? So if we reinforce our side, it means they can't do anything like that unless they have something on this side. Correct? They can try all they want, but they're not going to be able to send anything.
He says, I'm not knowledgeable enough on this. You would need to speak to one of the mages, but from my understanding, there was nothing anchoring it to our side. It simply reappeared.
True. But the thing is, how weak is our side to allow it to anchor through?
That I don't know. You would need to speak to the mages or perhaps see the portal itself. I mean, the portal is accessible.
I have another idea as well, but it would require some magical finagling of a high level.
We do have some competent casters here. Not as much as yourself, I mean, but...
Yeah, it's going to need a lot bit more than that, but I'm going to... Give me a bit. Okay, Matt, here's the deal. Before I have to go.
Yep.
I have two ideas. I go to talk to the mages I'm gonna go talk to the mages in the library and stuff and get their whole details and stuff like that. We can go over that later.
Yep.
But my two ideas is either strengthen our layer of the weave on our side to the point where they literally can't make the portal anymore. Right? Some sort of device or something like that. There's two other things. One, I literally create the anti-magic room like I have in our base. So the portal literally just cannot exist. And two, I make a reverse engineered dragon ward against Baphomet's demons in that room. So if they come out of the portal, they fucking die.
Archie's just farming XP at this point.
Yes. But the thing is, it will give
Every
it.
now and then you see 50 above his head.
But the thing is that if they realize that every time they come through the portal they just fucking die, they might just close the portal themselves, right?
She, as you say this to Commander Roxley, she says, I don't know if that would work.
Why
We've
is
been systematically slaughtering them when they come out of the portal for the last 20 years.
But the thing is, they were also able to get kills themselves, right?
Yes, we've been slaughtering them as they come out.
No, but they've been killing you as well.
Very rarely. The orders numbers have actually grown since we've gotten here.
Yes. But
We've
there's still
become-
a chance of getting kills and souls, correct?
It says very rarely.
Yes. But the thing is, there is very rarely, it's still small amounts.
There's, in all, we've been here for 20 years and we've lost 12, 13 people.
That's 13 souls. That being said, I'll figure something out. I always do. I am Archibald, the one who fixes problems. Blah, blah, blah. I walk out of the room going towards the library.
Okay.
And you have met Archie in all of his somewhat glory.
Says, well, it's certainly something, she says.
It's more than something. I am everything.
As you walk out, Archie, as you walk out the door, you bump into someone.
No.
You see a human man with a book
No. Hello.
who was in the doorway listening in.
Curiosity kills the cat. You know that, right?
As you bump into him, he says, "Oh, yes, I'm sorry, I'm just, oh my god, it's really you."
Hello. Yes, it's me. I am Archibald. Hello. Hi.
Hey, you found
Just-
fanboy.
He said,
Yes.
"Hello." He says he looks human. He says, "My name's Garrett. I'm the Order's Master of Evocation." You see his picture there.
Ooh, I love evocation. Oh my
Says-
god, look at him. He's also fucking hot. Look at that.
I was just about to
Look
say,
at
what a
He's
good
in the blue moon.
He begins like stumbling over his words. He says, "I'm the Order's lead."
You
Master
don't
on
need to speak so
evocation.
formal. Just be your usual
I-
self.
Well, I've read all your books,
Glorious.
learned all of what you've done, all of what you taught and things. I've modelled my style of evocation after yours. If I may be
Oh
so blunt.
well, I would love to see it, and I would love to see how you've molded it.
He says,
And
"Need to
yes, I will be judging you.
ask-" Oh well, perhaps a demonstration."
Yes.
He points his finger at an area just to the side of Eliza's tent where there are some magical crops growing, and casts a fireball into the crops. The fireball goes off. It is fire. It erupts, and you watch as he misses all the crops.
Touche, salesman.
too cheap.
I do the not bad face.
He says, "Unfortunately, I haven't been able to master multiple schools like you did, but
I've been around for a long time. And a long time causes you to learn a lot of new things. For someone as young as you have learned a lot very quickly.
so thank you. It's an honor to hear that."
But there's still much
Honest-
to learn.
There always is. Please, the library's this way. I'm happy to discuss.
Let us go and let us
Yes.
debate.
As you head into the library, you're introduced to some other people, aren't you?
Yep.
You meet an older man named Wolf, who's the master of war magic.
Bit on
Oh, look at him! That's a sept character.
I'm reusing
Yes,
this art
sir.
because I couldn't find anything else that's good. You see a woman in there who's introduced as Lydia, master of conjuration.
God damn it, Lydia.
Oh, that's.
And finally,
Hold my skooma.
you see a human man with an actual familiar of an owl. He's introduced as Roldan, the master of abjuration.
Oh my god.
These are these are the leaders of each school, and each of them have a bunch of mages under them studying.
Heavy breathing. this is Archibald's element.
Knowledge.
And Archie, as you're discussing with Garrett, as he's leading you through and introducing you to these people, Garrett does casually mention, "Are you here to take on the curse of lycanthropy as well, or just to study and learn and help us?"
I'm here to close the portal.
Oh, I see. Well, I mean, if you did want to take on the curse, I'll be honored to give it to you.
I can do that too.
If
Yeah.
I'm a
if,
man of many
werewolf
talents.
party!
I can learn a lot of things and do a lot of things.
if the commander permits it, of course, but it would be my honor.
Well, that's up to the commander, isn't it?
It is. But here are my here are our studies. At this point, Lydia, who's there with you, does step in, and both Garrett and Lydia help you, like show you what they've researched, and they've done extensive research on the portal.
I want every note. I want
Make
every minor follicle of what the hell is going on with this portal.
Make an Arcana check as you read the portal, with advantage because they're helping you.
27.
Oh,
Cool. So Garrett is a master of evocation, not so much portals. Lydia, you realize, Archie, she is definitely probably one of the better conjuration experts you've ever met.
Mhm.
If it was 200 years ago, she'd be teaching in Neverwinter.
Yeah.
She is an expert on the subject, and you notice that she has studied in depth the nature of the weave around the portal.
Yeah.
The weave around the portal is not weak.
Okay.
The weave around the portal is extremely strong enough that it would be difficult for anyone to make a portal here.
Okay.
Lydia shows you what she's done, as she has spent extensive time, she explains, in front of the portal using magic to study the magic of the portal itself and the weave around it.
Okay.
She shows you her research on this, on the portal itself. Based on your
Right.
Arcana check, Archie, you know all portals carry a signature,
Yep.
generally who cast it, or how it was cast, etc. Something's off about the portal. It doesn't carry the signature of the Abyss. It carries a signature you have seen before several times at this point.
what is it? Dragon?
It is the symbol of Bell.
Oh,
This is Bell's bullshit.
fucking guy.
Lydia hasn't picked up on it being Bell's bullshit, but you notice it, Archie. It's definitely a portal to the Abyss, to the Endless Maze, but the person who's made it, the creature who's made the portal, is Bell.
Mhm. Why is Bell manipulating a portal to the endless maze of Baphomet?
Lydia says, Bell? You mean the devil?
Yes.
How do you know that? And she starts going through the notes.
That symbol, that symbol, that symbol, that symbol, that symbol. I just point out all the symbol, like every single touch of Bell.
He's staring at it. I can't believe I didn't see this. What do you think this means then? I mean, I've studied demons and devils extensively, and they don't work together. I mean, the Blood War is a whole thing.
I'm guessing Bell has had their fingers in some other pies. Bell is also an asshole. That being said, this isn't a portal created by Baphomet. Well, Baphomet's followers. It's a portal created by Bell.
Garrett then speaks up and says, okay, so we know it's not made by a demon but a devil. Do you know how to close it?
I need to read some notes. Is there a
Lydia says-
teleportation circle here somewhere?
Lydia says, there is. I produced one. You notice that she's very cocky when it comes to her spellcraft. She says, "I produced one when I was 8."
Oh, nice. I
Over
need
this
to
way.
use. I need to use it.
Over this way, she says, and she leads you to a particular building with a teleporting circle in it.
Mm-hmm.
As
I'll
you
be
look at
right.
it-
I'll be right back.
Yep. As the circle isn't the best work, it's functional.
Oh, it's fine. I'm going back to the sanctuary by myself. I'll be right back.
Yep. As you step in the portal and teleport away.
Let's do it.
As you appear in the steward says, "Oh, hello, Marcy. You've returned."
Let's do it. I would like any records or recollections of myself dealing with portals made by Bell.
He says, "Of course. Please come to the library."
I walk.
As you go to the library, and as you get there, the steward has a stack of books there, records and notes.
First of all, I'm going to take 10 minutes to long rest.
Yes. Boop. Done.
And then I'm going to grab the books and say, we have secondary records of these?
We do. Copies are made and stored at all times.
Cool. I'm taking these with me.
Excellent.
I'll be back later. Thank you, Stuart.
Of course.
I move and I gate back to the teleportation circle I just
Cool.
came in.
You-
15
you-
minutes later,
Bam! You appear back and
with the books.
As you see, Lydia is standing nearby and says, "Okay, where'd they come from?"
I just poke my nose and just say,
Yeah.
my stash. And I nonchalantly walk with this huge stack of books into the library to where we were having our conference.
Yep. Cool. As you go back into the library, and at this point, a few of the younger mages are there with you. And what proceeds is, I presume, researching for how this portal works.
Yeah, and how to deal with it, with all these books. And I'll say, we have some light study to do when there's like fucking how many books?
Yep. Yep.
I get my tea set out. I am ready to study.
Excellent. As you begin to study, I'll get you to make an investigation check for me with advantage, as you're being helped by all these peoples.
Investigation.
Yep, investigating your
28.
vast array of notes left behind by your former self. It takes the better part of the day, so you'll be in here for the most of the day.
Yep.
With these mages working on this, as you're here studying, Archie, there are multiple waves of demons that come from that portal.
Mm-hmm.
You are informed by Garrett and the others that it's fine. They come through every few hours. It's become routine.
Yep.
And their shifts aren't for a little while yet on the gate, so it's fine. You continue studying here despite the fact you hear demons flying overhead and stuff as they're being slain. You come across, Archie, information that you didn't uncover personally, but were given by Tasha.
I was just about to say from Tasha. Yeah.
Yes. Tasha gave you some information that she found upon raiding a particular layer of the Abyss to slay a particular demon lord at the time,
Yeah.
which had designs on a particular device that utilized portals to siphon souls from the river Styx in Avernus into the so it takes souls from river Styx and funnels them through a portal to like an interdimensional portal to another location, which goes into a large machine. The souls powering the machine to create a portal somewhere else. Bell was planning on using this portal to... Sorry, the designs for this portal initially were... The metals were made... The design was made by Bell, but it was going to be used by another demon to invade Avernus via a backdoor. Sort of use Avernus to invade Avernus.
Right.
This device could be used to punch through to the material plane, even where the barrier in the weave is strong.
Right.
Tasha was concerned about this device because it could potentially run indefinitely, because the River Styx runs indefinitely, so therefore this device could. It could be stopped if it was activated, but you would need to get to the physical device and activate it. But with a 28 investigation, you know exactly which components of the device to break to make it not work at all.
But I need to get to the device.
You need to get to the device. That's what you determine by this.
I don't wanna.
In particular, Archie, you note that in these notes on this device, when Tasha found the partially made device and the designs for it, she destroyed all the device that was partially made at the time. And aside from giving you a copy of the notes and keeping a copy of the notes for herself, she destroyed every other copy to make sure no one else had it. Because Tasha was afraid of what could have happened if this device got into the wrong hands.
Yeah.
Evidently it has.
But it's using the same principle. And it would
It's
have to be
using
in the same place.
It would be.
Which means we need to go to Avernus.
You believe that could be it? You believe that could be a thing? Like you know that the portal is being there is a mini portal being opened in the River Styx that is getting souls flushed into it, and that portal is going to where the actual device is,
Mm-hmm.
which is in presumably the Endless Maze.
Yeah.
So that's what you learn.
Or we have to go in the Endless Maze.
That's basically what you determine. Avernus or Endless Maze.
Which is two things I don't want to do at all.
They sound scary, so I'm in.
Archie rubs his temples.
Yep.
Why is it always souls?
It's Soul's fault.
So
Fuck off.
Archie, you are certain with your high rolls there. You are certain that's the case.
How the hell am I supposed to cut off a soul siphon?
You do think that the portal taking the portal siphoning the souls from the River Styx would just be a plane shift type portal. The issue is it would be submerged in the River Styx. The device itself could be broken.
from the River Styx to the device to the portal, right?
Let me draw it on the map for you, so I can more accurately convey this. So you should be on this map here. You can see it. So you have. I'm gonna use red. This is the River Styx, okay? In
Mhm.
Avernus, right? At some point in River Styx, there's a portal. At some point in the entire River Styx length, there is a portal that is presumably submerged to better get more souls through. And the souls that pump into the portal, the souls that go into the portal, fall into the portal to go to a different portal, which is a part of the overarching device type structure. That's the device there, which are used to power the which are used to power the device, which then produces an interdimensional gateway that can be traveled back and forth through. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
And it uses the endless power of souls flowing through.
But that the thing is, like, there's a portal going from the River Styx to the machine, and then the machine's creating a portal to where we are.
Yes. Archie would understand that the boundary between Avernus and the Abyss is notoriously weak. Hence the Blood War, as Archie would definitely be aware of that.
That being said, we just need to destroy the machine in between. The machine in between should be able to be destroyed with some sort of magical phenomena that destroys the portal.
Like this machine here?
Yeah, because it's in
Yeah, yeah.
between with both, right?
Yes, it is in the middle. Yes.
What if I created a spell that created like a reverse, like, portal technique that tries to do something on the other side which destroys the portal, or like an implosion in between?
Yeah, or you mean like if you went to Avernus and cast
No.
a spell on this, or went to this
I
machine?
cast a spell on the portal that's in our realm because it's connected to the machine in between both. Because the machine is connected to both portals, right? It's sort of like throwing a wrench in between two cogs, right?
Right. So if you throw a wrench in here,
So if I throw a wrench from our side into the middle, it'll fuck up, right? And with two powerful magical spells working so hard already,
Yep.
What will happen? Which means also I don't need to travel to Avernus or through the gateway. I just need to find a spell to do that. And I think it would have to be another portal spell, right? Which I'll figure out, because I think that's the best way to do it. I just need to figure out how I would... Wait a minute. I need to check something real quick.
Okay. I like this. I imagine like the rest of the party are interacting with people and
I figured it out.
Things. Yeah, cool. Yep.
I know what the machine is, right? Because of the information.
You know of the design of it. It could have been altered since then. You know, fine-tuned, improved, but you know the basic design of how this thing works. It's a large structure, which will probably...
Right, I have just a general, idea of the machine, right?
Yes.
And there can only be one, right?
There can only be one.
Do I know what the machine's called?
It's called the Soul Siphon.
Cool. I just need to sequester it.
Yep. one thing that you know, Archie,
Hmm.
when Tasha found the device and destroyed it, it was capable of finding a device that it was capable of making a portal that was large enough for a medium creature to squeeze through.
Yep.
Tasha theorized that it could be chained with others to make a portal that's larger. And you know that minotaurs are coming through this one. That's that dragon spear.
Yes.
You determine that it's more than likely there's more than one chained together to make this happen.
But the thing is, I just need to fuck up one.
Mm.
Because if I fuck up one, then it won't work.
Which
And if it
makes the
doesn't
portal
work, then
make
it will
the
have
portal
like...
It'll make you determine it'll make if you make one break, it'll make the portal smaller. If you make multiple break, portal smaller, gone. Or it could be a chain reaction depending on how they are connected together, how many there are. You do get a sense that Bell has done this to fuck with things.
There's two things that I can do.
Send the kobolds in the portal and they can fix it.
Oh fuck that.
They can definitely try.
I would not trust them with fucking. I would not trust them surviving getting through the portal.
Hey, what are you on about?
I wouldn't
They can
trust them
handle
not to get
themselves.
distracted.
They probably wouldn't even make it to the portal.
You were saying something, Dinks?
There's a couple things that I could possibly figure out and do.
Mm.
One is I disrupt the flow of souls by using one of the soul spells, right?
Yep.
By just reflecting them back somehow,
Mm.
right?
Yeah.
Which will cause a clog. That was my initial thought, right?
Yep.
Sort of like the soul trap cage spell, but instead of a soul trap, it's a soul like push back, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Which wouldn't be as powerful magically because I'm not trapping a soul. I'm just saying no, right?
Yep.
The other thing is I do some sort of forbiddance thing
Ooh.
where we channel a forbiddance thing inside the portal to forbid souls, which are undead,
Mm.
or even fiends, right?
Yeah, like if you so you're thinking like putting a forbiddance around the portal on this side.
Yes.
Mm.
And then the other thing is the sequester thing, where you can literally sequester objects. If I sequester the soul siphon, then it
And it's
literally stops.
Yep. Yeah.
So,
Of course, to cast Sequester on the Soul Siphon, you would need to be in Avernus or the Endless Maze.
correct. But the thing is, that was like a last resort type deal. I don't want to go in there. I'm thinking of a way to deal with it from this side, and forbiddance,
Yep.
or anti-magic, seems to be the best way to do it so far.
Mm.
Hey,
But the
I'm
thing
always
is-
down for going in there. Just throwing that out there.
I don't want to go in there. Bad idea.
I know.
Not
That's
the
why I
fact
want
that
to.
I don't want to go in there because it would be fun. It's the fact that we have so much shit we need to do here.
But that can be put on the side for adventures in the endless maze.
No, it cannot.
But
You're
maze
supposed to be the
is a-
lawful dude here.
Okay, see, this is Justin talking, not Tyken.
Exactly. I want to do it too. I want to go for a trundle in the endless maze, but I cannot. But
We can go
anyway,
in
I
there.
have to head off. Everyone's finally arrived for the other
Okay.
game.
Okay.
But
I'm
I
I'm
want
gonna-
to.
oh,
I'll talk to you later about it. But I'm going to figure out a way to reflect the souls or reflect something
Yeah.
back to cause like a clog in the siphon to try and destroy it.
okay.
I mean, we have a fake soul that might clog it up. We throw Charlie in easy.
That might be a part of it. Who knows?
No,
Figure it
Charlie,
out.
no.
Hey Charlie, I wanted to show you something.
Alright,
What? The
I-
river push.
I go now. Bye bye.
Okay.
Bye.
Thank you for
Bye-bye.
play. I'm not gonna wrap up just Dinks. I'm not gonna wrap up just yet. But
That's
your
fine.
Archie has spent like a day starting with these mages, so everyone else can do their thing while you're doing yours.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you for play.
Thank you for
See you.
DM.
No, I'm not ending it yet for you guys. It's just for
Not you.
Dinks.
You don't get to leave yet.
Fuck.
So back to Eliza's commander tent. Archie leaves, and you see he wanders off excitedly talking to the mage. Eliza says, "Oh well, he's gonna be occupied. The rest of you are welcome to use the facilities of the order. Just so you all know, there are attacks every few hours from the portal. Don't feel inclined to help unless you really want to.
It is my sworn duty and oath to help.
Of course, just be aware that we do have a continual garrison around there with the cycling of ships. So
Which we'll probably take care of it because there's one thing I would like to get started on doing if it's all right.
of course,
Well, in order to do the dragon slaying weapons I want to make, I thought I could get started on making said weapons so that I only have to infuse them with dragon slaying properties once the sword forge is accessible.
oh yes, of course.
And I'll grab my little portable smithing station. I'll be like, so if I may be shown the other forge. Oh, what do most of your people prefer as far as weapons go? Like, if you had to go for a general consensus.
Well, generally it's half or full plate,
Mhm,
and
mhm.
weapons is usually a long sword. However, that does vary with preference. Some members like great swords, others range weapons. I mean,
Well-
everyone has their preferences. I'm sure you understand that.
If you could do a favor for me, while I'm making them, would you pass around a survey? So I can find out how many of what I need to make.
I can show you what the order wants to what each member likes, and she pulls up
Yes.
a series of documents which does have everyone's preferred weapon.
All right, he's going to just be like, I'm going to take these. I will keep them away from the fire.
You do notice, Tycan, that
Mhm.
their preferred weapons are marked as being they already have magic weapons.
Mm-hmm. But are
The
they
entire
dragon
order.
slaying?
They are not, but they are all +1s at a minimum.
Yeah, he's getting ready to make a bunch of dragon slaying.
You're making
He's just gonna
black-
look. He's just gonna look at Fenray and be like, "You're getting a pike.
I don't want a pike. This is my
You're
pike.
getting a pike."
I can make a pike.
I mean, can't you like assimilate it?
No.
You're getting a pike.
Alright, do whatever you want.
Jokes aside, I'm sure you have your weapon preferences. Scarlet, would you like one? Or are you good?
Sure.
What would you like?
Longsword.
Long sword.
A spoon.
I see you've played Knifey Spoonies before.
That I have. I'd like a dragon slaying spoon, thanks.
I mean, technically, it could be made.
Yes.
And he's going to excitedly go get ready and start making
Hmm.
weapons. Like they're all going to be half done, so
Yep.
they still need some work so he can forge the rest of it in the
Um,
proper forge.
So you are led, Tycan, by one of the Blue Moon soldiers to the
Mhm.
forge, where you see a full-on blacksmith forge
Hmm.
that has been established for quite a while. It looks like, and stepping inside. So firstly, stepping through the facility, like the Blue Moon fortress, every single member here is a werewolf. Every single one. You just get that sense from them all. But as you step inside the forge, you see there's a bunch of soldiers that are working on the forge and werewolf. But you see there's a young elven woman working at the forge who is not a werewolf.
Oh
Who is
wow.
not. As you step in, you see her, and there's her art. She sort of smiles at you and says, "Oh, hello there. Hello."
Good afternoon, ma'am. I am here to get started on a large project.
Okay. What sort of project is it? And oh, you're
Um,
the ones that the seer predicted will be here.
Yes, I also the one that may have bought a lot of scrap metal that's probably in here.
Oh, that was yours. Okay, yes, I wasn't sure. They said
I
an
mean,
outsider bought some, and I wasn't. Yeah, cool.
it's all going to be distributed. I've got. He's going to hold up the list. I'm going to make a bunch of these. Halfway made because once we're finished closing the portal, I'm making a massive amount of dragon slaying weapons.
Oh, we're closing it, are we? I just thought we'll hold up here. Cool. Um, she looks excited. Oh, okay. Oh, allow me to help. Well, I'm Adri, by the way.
I am Tyken. It is a pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you. And you know how to forge, I presume.
I hold up my magical foraging kit.
Says, well, you're welcome to use this, and she gestures at the actual forge. And Tyken, you've read about elven forging techniques, but now you see an actual forge created by an elf.
Tyken's gonna have fun here.
It's all very like regular forges. You know, they're big and they're hot and they're heavy tools. This is all very sleek stuff. This is all very lightweight materials. Focused heat rather than just general heat. The forging gear is magical.
Let's go.
Adri, for her small stature and thin build, is somehow extremely skilled at forging stuff. And you begin the process, I presume.
Yep. I do compliment her on her smithing.
She says, "Oh, thank you. When and she says, "Oh, thank you. My parents taught me, and it's allowed me to survive." She does explain in outer game terms that her home was wiped out by dragons about 90 years ago. Sorry, about 50 years ago. She was the only survivor. She went to Waterdeep and realized that they weren't taking the fight to the dragons. So she researched herself and discovered the Order through her own research, and then found her way to the Order and earned her way in. She is known as being the only member of the Order to not be a werewolf.
Tyken will say, I do know the feeling. I too am the only survivor of my village. It was killed by Tiamat cultist 200 years ago.
Oh, you look good for 200 years. She smiles.
Well, Thank you. I don't know how much of this is me and how much of this was being brought back.
She says, yeah, she sort of smiles. She does explain as well that the reason she hasn't done the trial, it's called the trial, the one where you get the lycanthropy, is because she's simply not a warrior. That's as simple as that. But but she does explain that all of the all the order's enchanted gear she herself has crafted.
Yeah.
And these are not just +1s. These are enchanted with spells, like infusing magic into items.
That's cool.
Yeah. You begin to work with Adri. As you're working, Tycan, I
Mhm.
presume, I will say Fenray and Scarlet, you're probably going to do something else, I imagine?
Oh, I'm talking to the commander.
Cool. Well, I'll come back to you, because Tycan's spending a day here, Archie's spending a day elsewhere. Tycan, you're in the middle of working on something. It's been about an hour or so.
Mhm.
You hear the sound of heavy footsteps at the entrance to the forge.
I kind of turn, have a look.
You see a half-orc standing nearly your height, wearing full plate, with the symbols of Helm on his armor and shield, and tower shield.
Oh,
As he steps in and says, "I heard the great Tycan is here."
What a lad.
I look at him and I say, I see your brother in Helm's light.
It is true. He steps up and the handshake gif.
He shakes his hand back.
That one. Just, well met. I am Lorzak.
It is a pleasure to meet you.
It is an honor to meet you. I myself walked your path.
You know, I recently had to do that myself, ironically enough.
It is an honor for you to be here. I must ask, why are you here?
A couple of reasons, actually. This, and he points at some weapons that we're working on, and he says, and we're closing the portal.
Closing it.
Yes. And then after that, I need to finish working on these because I am making a lot of Dragon Slayer weapons. By the way, your preferred weaponry.
He holds up, I believe it's a longsword that I had in his sheet.
All right. He says, I will make sure you get one.
He says, while a Dragon Slayer weapon will be good, I do prefer my weapon here.
That is fair.
As he holds up his weapon, which he tells you is called Helm's Judgment.
Arkin's about to get his cock out.
I got a sword right here you can have.
Tycan, you recognize it immediately as it is a replica of your own sword.
Let's go.
However, it's a long sword, not a great sword. It's adamantine, as you'd expect.
Let's go.
You learn about what this weapon does.
Ooh.
It's got an exceedingly simple enchantment. It's +1, and it does 1d8 radiant damage on a hit to creatures of evil alignment.
Let's go.
That's it. That's all it does. Just, as evil alignment, you take more damage. That's all it is.
I mean, then if he hits someone and there's no sparks, he can be like, "Oh, okay, never mind. I'm sorry."
Yeah, exactly. That's perfect.
Tycan will say that is a very fine weapon. He will show off his own because, you know, I'm sure this dude, he has a replica of mine, so.
Yep.
Tycan will hold up his own and be like, "This was my mother's."
He says, I've read about this blade.
He's just like, he's kind of looking at it. It's like, you know, I wish I was able to interact with her more, but she really does give the best gifts.
Unlike somebody's parent.
'Cause I don't know if you've heard of her before, but she is the Planetara Irana.
He says, "Would you like me to try to contact her? I am capable of doing that."
He says, he puts a hand on his shoulder and says, next time you do, tell her son says hi.
I will. I would like you to be there if I do, though.
Of course. I would happily be there. Well, probably after dinner, as I have got. He holds up the sheets, a lot of weapons. Alright, since you have a
Dude.
longsword you like.
Dude literally
I'm-
just said he has your mum's phone number, and you're like, let me know when you next talk to her.
Yeah, yeah. He has the ability to cast the commune spell. He can do it. Like,
Oh, I get it now.
Do you?
Yes,
Okay.
I misunderstood. He will, he'll pat
can
Ava and
cast-
say,
Yep.
Go ahead.
Oh, you go. You go.
He'll pat him on the shoulder and be like, that is a remarkable ability.
Well, thank you. I walk. I act as the hand of Helm, whereas you would act as the sword. I believe is the way of describing it.
That is a perfectly fine way of describing it.
Out of game, he's a cleric.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He says, now, with you having a sword you prefer, I will put you down for a pike. Extra range, dragons fly over your head, you can poke up.
Excellent.
You already have a weapon you like? Pike.
Like,
Exactly. Pikes were the infantry weapon for a reason.
Pike.
Also,
Um,
they're like extra long spears, and spears and maces are really easy to use even if you don't have, good training.
I mean, technically they're the same as a halberd and a glaive, but
I'm talking about Hema in real life, thank you.
yep. But do you move? Do you continue forging, or do you want to go with Lorzak to cast his commune?
I'll put aside what I'm working on and I'll go with him.
Okay, you're taken to the temple. It's a would have once been a large house that has been converted over time into a temple of Hell, and it is amongst two other buildings, which are one for Selune and one for the Raven Queen. You enter. There's a bunch of acolytes moving about. You see the main teaching of this temple is life. They're all life clerics.
I can likes this.
Lorzak explains to you as you walk that, yes, so we all train to heal the warriors here.
I wish I
Now-
had the luxury of only healing. He looks on with a
He's
smile.
He smiles back. He says, he smiles back and says, yes, so our job is to heal. The Temple of Selune's job is to defend. And the Temple of the Raven Queen's job is to look after the dead. We each have our own purpose here. And all the people in the temple who see you, all the other clerics and things, sort of smile as you enter and nod, and there is definitely a sense of being a celebrity here.
Well, awkward Tyken now.
Yep. It seems you are recognized. They know who you are.
We technically are celebrities.
Yes, technically.
I
Tyken's
mean,
like,
only
man.
one person knows who I am.
Sorry, who are you?
As you step in, Tycan, you do see. Actually, no, yeah, that's all. Yeah. Lorzak leads you in and says, "Please, the communion room is this way," and leads you into a particular room. There's
I will
candles,
follow.
there's symbols of Helm, banners of Helm, and Order of the Blue Moon, and you do get that sense of werewolfness coming from Lorzak as well.
And he's a half orc. If anyone could take it, he can.
Again, they're all werewolves. Even the mages here are werewolves. Everyone is. But
Except that one
as you
person.
said, that one person who earned her way in by her forging ability, and is allowed to stay due to her forging ability. Everyone else is, the commander has probably explained, it's voluntary. You're not forced to do it. But Lorzak sits down with you, Tyken, in this room,
Mm-hmm.
and begins to weave the magic to cast the commune spell. And this is going to work very interestingly for you, Tyken.
Ooh.
As the magic weaves, and suddenly there's a flash as he completes the spell, which takes a minute to cast. You and Lorzak are suddenly sitting in space, it looks like. You're not sure where in space. Just stars around you. The sky above you, like the stars above you, are exploding with arcane magic just rippling around. It's almost like you're seeing a space battle of just magic exploding everywhere around you. And in a flash, there before you is the feminine, angelic form of Arana. Tycan, you notice immediately. She's wounded. Blood coming down from the forehead. Armor dented and burned in places. Has been fighting.
Tyken immediately stands up and says, "Whose head do I mount on a spike?"
She's panting and says, "Hello, Tycan." And then she turns and looks at Lorzak and says, "Lorzak." And he sort of bows deeply at that. And sort of stays quiet, knowing this is not his place to talk. Arana says, "You have 3 questions, my son."
Who hurt you?
The answer to that is complicated. Do not think that your battle on Toril is the only one that is happening. The armies of the Celestials also fight. We fight in the stars against Tiamat.
Third
Yes.
questions. I already used one.
You have 3 questions, and you just use one. But yeah, she continues her answer and says, "This wound is from one of Tiamat's minions. While you fight to keep Toril safe, we fight to keep Tiamat from destroying anything else. I assure you, I am fine."
Tyken's gonna put some lay on hands at the hill if he can.
Sheila, you know what? Yes, it happens.
Let's go.
How many lay on hands?
Enough till she's not wounded anymore at all.
How many do you have?
55.
You get her back from being bloodied.
Ah,
but
least there's
not back
that.
to full. He smiles at you. Says, "Thank you."
Yes, of course, Mother. The other question I have is, how can I help you with the fight that you're doing?
This battle is beyond your capabilities to assist. We are keeping Tiamat busy, occupied, and unable to destroy any other worlds. It is up to you to destroy her consorts, destroy those ancient dragons. Doing so will unbind her from this plane.
I guess on that note,
We'll
who would
sever
you
the...
reckon?
Sorry, yeah.
Oh,
Sorry,
go ahead.
you go.
Oh, I was
Okay.
saying, who do you think, out of all the consorts, which one should be the one to start with?
I believe Asher Thindar is the most threatening. Red dragons are usually the most powerful. But raw strength isn't the only thing. It's also cunning. Arzenag is particularly cunning in that respect. Frigidax is the weakest, arguably, but paranoia can do dangerous things. Yazamelex has been quiet, of last I've heard. And Nivixel is a snake that should never be trusted.
I can't help but laugh when she says that and says, I actually have a funny story about that whenever I get a chance.
Of course, but the magic here is fleeting, and I am wanted back in the battle.
Of course, but be safe. And he'll give her a hug.
Of course, you do have one more question.
Oh, I do?
Yeah, you only asked two.
Oh, okay. I'm thinking this is big.
Bigger than you or me.
It's bigger than
Well,
everything.
Well, there's a lot of things bigger than Scarlet.
Smacks you upside the head.
But can you reach?
Yep, it's Matt.
Just slaps Tarkin on the ass instead.
No.
I don't know if she can reach that either. He would say, I got it. She's a Celestial. She would know this.
Mm.
What is the fastest and safest way we can close that portal?
Non-existent.
She thinks about that and says, there is a reason I gave you my blade.
I do it. Out of game, I do it.
It excels at smashing horrible objects like those.
Let's go. Adamantine.
As she looks at you, her eyes flash for a second, and in your mind, Tyken, flashes of images of a massive 100-foot tall structure with fiendish, like reddish metals, like pipes running all over it, pumping, powering a portal. You see the device that Archie has been researching. And you see the weak spots in it. Basically, an insert sword here.
Man, nepotism is a hell of a drug.
Basically insert sword here, and you get a sense that adamantine blade will shatter the crap out of this.
Oh.
But beware, says the runner. They are guarded.
He nods
There are
and
more-
says,
There are flashes of images. You see a devil with multiple arms, then a snake's body. You see a Marilith. Sorry, a demon. It's a demon, that one.
yeah, I know.
You see a demon. You see a Marilith. You see there are 3 devices, Tycan.
Oh,
Sorry, there are 4. There are 4. You see there are 4 devices. One's guarded by a Marilith. And this is what's going to scare you, Tycan. One's guarded by a Cibriex.
oh,
One's guarded by a Balor. And one's guarded by Baphomet himself.
I'm scared. The thing I'm scared of most is the Cibriex.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I could 1v1 the Balor. We can probably take Baphomet, but the Cibriex.
You were shown those. That's what's defending each of these devices. But your weapon or any other adamantine weapon could easily break them. Regular magic weapons could do it too. Adamantine will do more damage, but any magic weapon would break these devices. But adamantine auto crits. So
Yes, sir.
but yeah, so you get that as your answer.
Don't worry. All the crying was out of game. He'll say, "Thank you, Mother, for the warning. I will definitely be informing the others on this one."
Of course. It was good to see you and have a conversation again. Perhaps when I am dismissed from the front lines against Tiamat, we'll be able to have another talk. But it was good to
That
see you.
would be very nice. Goodbye, Mother. I love you.
Love you too, my son. And with that, bang! The spell ends, and
Tychon gets
as
shot.
the spell as the spell ends, suddenly you're back in the room, and all the banners are flapping about wildly, as if you just sort of got slammed back in, as if you weren't just sitting there.
I get up. I do the handshake hug combo
Yep.
to this guy,
says-
and I tell him, "Thank you."
He says, "It was my honor. You intend to go in there?"
Yes.
It would be my honor to follow you in.
It would be an honor to have you.
You know,
As much as at a game, as much as Tychon wants to say don't, he knows that us Helm people got a code.
Yep.
Yeah, the code is more meat shields, the better.
Yep.
And it would be an insult to this guy to just say no.
Yep. With that, though, Tygan, you head back to the forge and continue forging.
Yes, sir.
Alright. As you return to the forge and continue forging. In the meantime, Scarlet and Thanrao, what do you want to do here?
Well,
Hmm.
I
Each
lean
other.
forward,
Yep.
cross my fingers
Yep.
in a and I look at the commander very serious and I say, "Bite me."
Scarlet just face
She said-
bombs.
She says,
I
Eliza
understand.
says, "I'm sorry, you want to become one of us?"
I want this gift.
It's not a gift.
Yes, it is.
No, it is a burden. You must understand this.
No, it's really a gift.
I want to show you something. David's, by the way, is sitting there quietly with you. As Eliza says, I want to show you something.
Sure.
She pulls up a book, which Scarlet you recognize immediately. This is the Book of the Blue Moon.
The
This
Necronom-
is no. Scarlet, you recognize this. This is the Book of the Blue Moon. The Order of the Blue Moon. They are considered to be knights, and the best thing a knight can do to be remembered when they've passed on is to have their deeds written down in this book.
Mm-hmm.
So a knight's deeds are written down here to be immortalized. And Eliza opens the book, and you can see, Scarlet, your father's in this book. You're in this book.
Kind of.
Eliza flips part. Eliza stops at that and says, "There's room to add more."
Yeah, I was about to say we're gonna need to add a bit more after.
I need a
but
sub
even-
chapter. Thank you.
But even at a glance, Scarlet,
Hmm.
your memories aren't perfect. Like, you've only got about half memories back.
Yeah, she'll
There are-
probably read through that.
Yeah, as you read through, there is the Battle of Waterdeep. Like, that's there. You can see that. There are other battles, other creatures you've slain, demons and devils that were roaming through Waterdeep and around. You've gone into some serious battles before. But as you read them, it begins to jog your memory, and you remember fighting these things. You remember that assault on that fort that you attacked from Dragonback. And things. It gives you context to the whole thing. You've been fighting since you were barely 10 years old. Like, in battle since you were 10 years old.
Damn.
Your deeds outshine most of the others in this book, although there are others. As Eliza then flips through the book, she gets to David's mother, and you see David's mother was the former leader of the Order.
May I ask, what is the purpose of this book?
The purpose of this book is to write down and remember those who fell, who died. She then
Now-
flips to a section of the book.
Yeah.
And you can see a list of names. Names of people who don't have much in the way of deeds. She turns the book and shows you this list, and there's hundreds of names. These are the people who died during the trial of the beast. These are those who did not make it through, or who fell to the beast shortly thereafter.
Okay.
A third of us that go through it do not survive.
Ray just looks at her. Did I stutter? Bite me.
Everything has a price.
It does.
You're fairly young.
She says it does, and I understand that you want this. I just want to make sure that you understand the full gravity of what you want to do.
I mean, I've literally been to hell and back. When you're talking about gravity, all you said when we met was I'm the one that got betrayed by the Burning Dawn. Nothing about all the things that I've done, because I'm not in this for the recognition. If Tychon's the beacon, I'm the shadow behind it.
I understand.
And at the end of this whole thing, I'm probably gonna die anyway. So
Is-
this, to me, is a gift that'll make me stronger in the short term while fighting a god.
There's
The risk is worth it.
understand. You need to understand that, but you need to understand that it is our policy here in the Order for any member of the Order to go through the trial of the beast. One must fully understand the risk. You may never come back.
I understand that, but I'm also not part of the order, and according to policy, you don't allow outsiders in. So just bite me.
That's an old rule. We've let that go at the wayside a little bit. I'm sure you met Shale in the forest. She was an outsider.
True.
There are others in the Order who are also outsiders, who have intermingled with outsiders. It's how we
You know,
have half
that-
orcs and other things here.
The fact that you said that she's an outsider has actually really frustrated me because she was so adamant about turning us around that it's kind of pissed me off.
She follows orders without question. That's all, really. We all have our own histories.
I guess that's true.
The commander says, I'm inclined to allow it, to allow you to undergo the trial, but I would make a request. Before we do.
Sure.
When one goes through the trial, one communes with the beast itself. While they are communing with the beast, their body is the beast, and it goes rampant. We lock it up in a chamber with the person going through the trials, friends and family, to help coax them back to the light, so they don't lose control entirely. David went through this and lost his sister as a result. A few things I'd like you to do first,
Sure.
before considering this going on the trial proper. Fit in with some of the classes on meditation. Learn
don't-
what the beast wants, how it thinks, how it
care.
does this.
I don't care. The beast is gonna be my tool. I don't care
Very
what it
well.
wants. Also,
it is give and take, though. You must understand.
I do understand that. I'm not sure if you notice I have a warg.
Yes.
I
I-
understand the give and take. In the room, I would like to. How am I gonna go about doing this? I would like to set up a area in this room in the middle or something, and I want you know the where I went to Tempest the first time.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes. Basically, I'm explaining. I want to inside that room. I'm gonna make a big circle, and I'm gonna get stones that are carved in the same way and have the symbol in the middle, and I'm gonna be in the middle of it.
Okay.
And I'm good.
Sort of combine it with the Tempest ritual.
Yes.
Cool.
Like, who knows? Maybe my patron might give me an edge.
Eliza says, "Well, yes, we can certainly arrange that. Something else with the trial that you need to be aware of.
Yes.
Your friends and your friends in this case, gesturing at Scarlet, and gesturing at the door towards where Archie is and Tycan, should be the ones to call you back to the light."
Man, see, this is a hard one because I'm struggling to wonder if Fenrir thinks of them as friends.
Well, that's it.
Because the last time she had friends, she got stabbed in the back.
There is another aspect to why they are there, though.
Yeah.
Should the beast take you, it is their job to put you down.
I would, because I'm kind of proud of the Aasimar aspect of me, I would only request Tycan be in the room.
Understandable. Please be aware that being an Aasimar, and as she says that, you get a sense she knows what that is. She says being an Aasimar does not mean that you are somehow more resilient to the beast.
I'm aware, but if I'm gonna die, I'd rather he kill me.
Of course. Well, given his track record, I'm sure he could handle it. But that's the way we do it. And the reason we do it is we don't want this curse getting outside, running rampant.
I understand. I understand that completely.
She nods and says, and one more thing. The beast, even after completing the trial and reaching an understanding with the beast, it does still attempt to take control later on. It takes mental discipline to keep it at bay, but it does still try to get through, to take control. If you succeed in the trial and subdue it, we will ask you to carry one of these. And she pulls up a silver dagger, the same sort of silver dagger that David showed you when you first met him. If it begins to take control, you take your life. Because we cannot allow the curse to run rampant. Do you understand?
I understand.
Eliza nods and says, it will be a decision not just for me to allow you to do this. We don't run a dictatorship here. It's everyone pitches in. I will ask the leaders of the order, all the commanders and things, all the lieutenants and things, to see what they decide. But if you, and gestures at you, Scarlet, what do you think of this? Do you think this should be allowed?
Narrows eyes.
Mouth when I open
As you narrow eyes, Eliza looks back at you and says, as one of the original members of the Order, she does have a say in what happens here.
I'm aware.
If she wishes to try, let her.
And if she dies in the process?
She needs rest.
Very well.
I would just like to comment that that is the same as saying we're gonna go fight an ancient dragon. Are you sure about that? It's just like, you know.
Yep. You do get it. I will say this for Fenrir. It's not that Eliza's trying to convince you to not do it. She's trying to make sure you understand implicitly all the risks involved. That's all.
Yes.
Yeah. It's not a you can't do this. It's a are you sure it's risky? Here's what could happen.
to Thanraya, the only risk is that she might die, and everything we fought so far, we might have died.
Yep.
So
Yep,
it's
absolutely. Yeah, it's just what this character would do to yours. Yeah. Eliza says, very well.
I mean, being a werebear would be cooler, but I'd take it.
Boot guard bear man.
Eliza says, I will speak to the other members of the order, but tentatively, I think they will side with whatever Scarlet has said.
Well, I hope for a positive response, I guess.
It will come down to a vote, of course. But
Yes.
you already have 2 votes in your favor.
Does my vote count?
Unfortunately, not. It is the role of the order to decide who gets the burden. And as much as I respect your exploits, you are not a member of the order. One of our foundations in the order is tradition. Must respect that.
Okay. Tradition's really complicated.
They are, she says. And so she says, there are so many traditions made by so many leaders.
And they've gotten different since I've been gone.
Well, your tradition is the worst. She points at you, Scarlet.
What?
You've made the tradition that... She says, your tradition that you started, perhaps inadvertently, but you started it, was... It is the job of the leader to fight the biggest, nastiest things that attack us. And it is the job of the leader to die in battle.
I don't remember this.
That's because you died in battle after assuming the role of leadership.
Look what you did.
Look what
that-
you caused
that-
with your death.
that's-
Shame on you.
That's not a tradition, then. That's just a cause and effect of my death.
It's a
It-
tradition
it's-
because people say it is.
It started the tradition. It's
That's
what
why
led
traditions are complicated.
it's what led to David's mother falling, and David just sort of nods silently.
God
And it's
damn
how I'm gonna die one day.
There, little David.
Hey, don't be like that. Don't go off of what I did.
Truer words have never been spoken.
Eliza says, unfortunately, it's been 200 years, and tradition has been set in stone by this point.
Yeah, well, fuck tradition. No offense.
Eliza says, none taken. I understand, it's been 200 years. But I should
It's on
ask,
tradition. You can criticize it.
do you intend to go through the trial as well, Scarlet?
I do not.
Understand?
I
You have the right to make the decision.
I plan to. I was thinking about getting together like the old traditions before I died. So if there's any who don't want to go through your kind of traditions, they can come to me.
He says, of course. I mean, we don't force the children here to go under the trial.
Of course. But if they do
Um,
want to fight, I am more than willing to accept them into what I would call the other branch of the Blue Moon.
More than willing to kick their ass.
She says, perhaps you'll find a less brutal fight than here. You see, those that don't take on the trial don't survive as long as those of us who do. strength is, as you Thanraya put it, a gift.
Yep.
It is a choice, and we respect your choice, your decision to not go through the trial,
She
and
knows.
perhaps extending the order into multiple branches will be good for us.
If you make
One-
a new branch of the blue moon, it should just be called the new moon.
No, That's for another day. I'll think about that when it comes to it.
Hmm.
But yes, having two groups who do similar but different things working together will be very beneficial.
Yes, it will. It does. Well, it'll take time for me to confer with the other leaders as to your situation, Tanrail.
Yeah.
But I assure you, by the end of the day, I'll have a decision for you.
Sure. I'm in no rush.
You're welcome to use the castle as you see fit. Is there anything you wish you're looking for, particular want to do? I mean, your friend Archibald is busy and gestures at Archie as he returns from his sanctuary with a pile of books. And you see Tyken walking into the Helm Temple with Orzak. Eliza says, if there's anything we can offer you, then please. What do you want to do?
I don't know. I guess I'll go to the training yard.
Just to train, or just
Yeah.
to train in the training yard? Yeah.
Work
Cool.
on my fitness.
As you walk through various sections of this, it's a full community here. It's a very close knit group of the community. You go past an area where there's dozens and dozens of trained wolves that are all being tended to. You see the training yard itself. There are a group of Blue Moon soldiers that are currently in the process of training. In particular, you see a man in his early 40s, it looks like, off as shit. He's currently training some soldiers as you approach.
Ooh, big boy.
Boy.
Commander
That is a
Gordon.
Farum Knight.
Yeah, that is... As you approach, he sort of turns and sees you. Is Scarlet with you as well? Or is Scarlet anything else?
Sure, why not?
Cool. As you approach, you see this guy as well. As he turns and sees you, Scarlet and Thenary says, "Ah, I heard you were back in here, and here you are. It's an honor." And he sort of bows his head to you, Scarlet.
She nods. Yep. We're here for a while.
You're here. If you're here, you're here to train, I presume.
That is also something I can do around here.
Oh, if it will be an honor to train with you. I am Lieutenant Commander Gordon. I am one of the 5 main leaders of the army, of the Blue Moon's army.
Great.
I actually studied your fighting style based on the books and stories.
How accurate were those stories?
You're asking me or Gordon?
Yes,
Okay, you're asking Gordon.
both.
It's basically the way of the Cavalier, essentially.
Oh, okay, yeah.
If that makes more sense.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
Yep. But yeah, it's pretty accurate. As he says, "I'm happy to train with both of you if you like." He draws his weapon.
I'm just working on my fitness right now.
Yep. Okay, that's fine. As you, there's like a running track and that sort of idea.
Yeah.
I'd be happy to train with you.
He says, "Oh, let's dance, shall we?" As he draws his weapon. And he's a big boy.
Big boy.
He's not quite Taiken's height, but pretty big. But you notice there's a smile on his face, one that just gives you this feeling of hope. Like, not to steal too much from My Hero Academia, but he's the sort of, it's sort of like the All Might smile of like,
Oh.
I am here.
Never
You
fear,
get-
I am here.
Yeah, you get a sense that he's genuinely always smiling because that brings people hope, and that's a good thing to have. But he brings up a great sword made of shining golden metal. And begins to spar with you, Scarlet.
Hey.
As he begins to spar with you, Scarlet.
Hi.
Right, I'm looking up his gear. Where is it? There it is. 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 Cool. He said, Gordon says, let us approach this sparring match without fear.
Of course.
He holds his sword up aloft. Scarlet, you feel similar to how you used to feel around Taiken. He holds his sword aloft, and you're immune to fear.
Neat. It's kind of like
Taiken's
it's kind of like a banner ability, but on his sword.
It's a banner ability in a sword. And as he does that, he holds it and runs at you. You need to make me a... How would you like to train against him? What ability would you like to train against him?
Good question.
Acrobatics?
I almost jokingly clicked on a skill. I'm still laughing about it too.
Yep.
Yeah, I was looking through my skills. I'm like, oh hey, I have animal handling. I'm like,
I mean,
I'm not doing it.
from what we know about this place, that could work.
No, I'm not doing that. Yeah, it's a huge joke. I'm not doing that though.
Yep.
I don't know. Sounds like a good idea to me.
No, I'm actually gonna use insight, even though it's lower.
Oh, yeah, I like it. Yeah. So like insight, his fighting moves and things. Cool.
Yeah, 24. Let's go.
Oh, cool. He attempts to hide his fighting style from you in order to better train against you. But as his you notice, while he's a big boy, his footwork is eerily similar to your own. it's clear that he did indeed study you in depth and has copied your fighting style.
He's a genius.
But he is almost too narrowly put all his skill into a fighting style to the exclusion of everything else. And after a several minutes of close match sparring with him, you realize, Scarlet, with your 24 insight, his weakness is he has trouble shifting out of that one fighting style into others. And it's at that point you exploit it. How do you defeat him in combat in this particular moment? As you're sort of dancing with him, swordplay going on.
She's gonna do something like he doesn't, is he dexterous at all? Dexterous?
Not really. He's more strength.
So what she does is she puts some distance between them by kicking off of his chest plate. Then she runs forward. She does a slide between his legs, comes up on the other side, and just like pushes him down to the ground.
Awesome. As you sort of get up on the other side and kick him in the back, and push him, and he face plants on the ground. And as he does, you watch as all the others, as you do that, and he hits the ground, the dust settles. All the other soldiers around are like, "Oh, Gordon's been taken down. Who is she?" And you hear whispers of like, "I heard she's Scarlet Grey." Like, what? No, that can't be right. She's dead, isn't she? And there's sort of like, yeah, full celebrity status going on. Thanray, you're training or doing laps something when you see this happen.
Classic.
He pulls himself up, dusts himself off, turns to you, Scarlet. And as he turns to you, even though his face is still covered in dust, he's got a big grin on his face.
She just smiles back.
Says, "I see I still have a lot to learn."
Try some new techniques out yourself. You're too much into one fighting style. It will hinder you in the end.
I understand. Thank you for the advice and the lesson.
Of course.
Because
One of the things that I did, I swam and climbed for hours on end. And now I can work it into fighting. I can swim even in this. She taps her armor.
he says, "That's impressive, because like if I tried to swim in this, then well, I'd probably sink."
It's all about the glutes.
But unfortunately, there's nowhere to swim here. We're too busy with that. And he points in the distance of the portal. At the doorway which goes to the portal.
Look, once that's done and we have some time, we'll make a pool, alright?
Yeah, or maybe we can move the order somewhere a bit cooler.
Sounds good.
Shall we go again?
Sure.
As he steadies his weapon, and at this point, you've trained for a few hours. At this point, it's getting on to the late evening. Is there anything you want to do in particular with training, or just sort of training montage?
I use the opportunity to work on my alert.
Okay. Watching his fighting style, the way he moves, and things, get you to make me a what is it? Perception check, please.
I really need to get my perception.
Unfortunately, the heat is distracting you from paying attention. And almost like the star status you're getting here from being surrounded by people who are idolizing you. Unfortunately, it's not quite enough to get access to it just yet.
Unfortunately.
Something you do notice from Gordon
Hmm.
as he trains with you. He does indeed have Cavalier, just like you. You notice he can use his unwavering mark and warding maneuver more than you. Significantly more than you.
What do you mean?
You're better. How dare you?
So you know how unwavering mark is a number of times equal to your strength modifier?
Yeah.
Yeah, he uses it more than 5 times.
I mean, I can only use it 4 times.
No, so he uses it more than 5 times, which means either his strength is greater than 20, it isn't, or he's learned a way to extend it longer than that amount.
Mm-hmm.
You notice that he's learned that ability to extend it to do more than 5 times per day.
Yeah. Funny thing is, I barely ever get to use that ability.
Yep.
That
He also uses
that section
but
of the ability.
Yep. Just letting you know, that's the thing. But he could train you in future.
Hmm.
You do see other members of the order around who all have different fighting styles, i.e., different fighter subclasses.
Yep.
Who Gordon tells you they would be happy to train you in.
Should be happy to learn.
But yeah, you train with Gordon. In the meantime, Vanraya.
Yeah.
You're just training. You're just keeping yourself fit and ready.
Yep.
Not doing anything particular. Don't want to.
I mean, I don't. The only thing that I want, I have no idea how to train, so.
Yep.
I'm just running.
Yep. You were told that you could join a meditation class with some of the younger kids who are learning to meditate to prepare for the trial of the beast. If you wanted to join them, you could.
I'm stubborn.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Through these few hours of being here and training and doing things, and Taikan forging away, you hear the sound of battle ensuing at the place where the portal does exit out. But it sounds relatively minor, but it is every couple of hours. The way each attack works is you hear a blaring alarm sound. There's a movement of troops. Battle happens. Occasionally, a few demons do skip past and run through or fly over, but they are usually shot down, and only very few, if any, ever escape. But this seems to be every couple of hours, constantly. Wave after wave of demons.
If one gets far enough, I just magic missile it.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is, there's enough people here with weapons that the demons don't get far, and the ones that do get anywhere are then hunted and killed by the scouts you encountered out in the forest.
Yeah, I'm just like saying, like, if any of them actually did get
Yeah.
to that point,
Yep.
you just magic missile them.
Yep.
You're not leaving.
Yeah, but you do get a sense the Order has a pretty strong grip over the portal itself. Nothing's getting out without a fight.
Of course.
but it is just about sundown. You're all training, doing your things. Tycan, you're forging.
I will not sleep until it is time to
As
sleep.
you're working. Scarlet, you're finishing another training session with Gordon. Then Rhea, you're stubbornly waiting and practicing training yourself, waiting for the go ahead to take the thing. David has disappeared for now. He's gone back to presumably where he lives. Yeah. At this point, at about sundown, you all hear the sound of blaring alarm sounds coming from the portal area.
She heads over immediately.
It starts with one, which is normal, and then you hear a second and a third and a fourth and a fifth, and it sounds like multiple alarms being set off on top of each other. Gordon looks up at that and says, "Something's wrong. We need to go to the portal right now."
On it.
As Gordon starts running with you. As Gordon starts running with you, Thanray, are you joining in?
I go,
Moving, Thanray.
oh, for fuck's sake! And then I run to it.
No rest for the wicked.
Yeah.
As you run to it, Tycan, you're there forging, and over the sound of the clanking metal as you're forging away, you hear the multiple alarms go off and a rush of movement towards the portal.
I'll just look to the elf woman he's hanging out with and say,
To
I
Adri.
suppose that's not good.
Adri says, no, usually it's one alarm for every 100 demons. And you hear 6 going off, Tycan.
Oh.
That's big. That's a lot. I'm gonna take cover because I'm not a warrior.
Question: did we
You
get a
do that,
long or a
and-
short rest before this?
You've been resting. You've been training with Gordon through the day and having a short rest. I'll say yes.
Cool.
What do you do? What do you do, Tycan?
Tycon's legitimately going to like hide her in a cubby spot and put shields around her
Oh,
to hide her
she's
and
she's
protect.
got this. She's got this covered. She moves up to a section. She moves to a back section of the forge, and clicks her fingers, and an illusion fades on a section of floor, revealing a hatch, and she crawls in.
This is my
That'll
own
work.
little Minecraft. Too
She says it's fine. I'll remain in here safe. She clicks her fingers, and the illusion appears again over it, and it's covered.
All right. Well, the time has come. Tycon's going to head towards the sound of that, and preemptively, I'm timing it perfectly because I can do that. I'm going to try and radiant consumption.
my day.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. As you approach, I'm just gonna now, because this is a larger scale battle, I'm not gonna do a battle map because that's a bit tedious.
Oh,
And we're not rolling initiative this one.
everyone.
I assumed that you were going to end session, so I didn't roll.
Yeah, that's fine. So I'm just gonna draw right here on the map, just so you have a rough idea of what I'm talking about. This is a doorway which goes to the portal.
Mhm.
It is in the front door of a castle, which has very clearly been heavily damaged to the purpose of basically this doorway. The doors are gone. It's just an open, like where the doors would be. The doors are gone. It's just an open corridor that stretches in. The inside of the corridor is blasted and burned from multiple sides on all sides from years of battling going on here. Exiting out of that's the castle. Goes into a large courtyard type thing. There are some stairs here, which go down like very small stairs. These stairs are cracked, which then goes into this large area here is the courtyard. There are barricades There are boxes, there are crates, there are spikes, there's a row of ballistas, all around pointing at the doorway. There are platforms for mages to stand on, which allow them easy access over the troops if troops were here, sort of idea. So the mages can see the doorway. Every defense they have is pointed at that one doorway, which is about 15-ish feet across. You see the alarms are blaring, and like you sort of approach from, as I do this, you approach from back here-ish. It is a full-on fortification surrounding a single exit point, and you can see there are scattered pieces of demon meat all over the place. This is an absolute meat grinder set up to slaughter these demons.
I cast radiant sickening radiance on the hole.
As you approach, you can hear the blaring of alarms coming from inside that tunnel. Presumably they have alarm spells set up in there, being set off at certain thresholds. And it is sounding like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of demons are coming through. The ground is shaking with the number of demons pouring through that castle right now. And you see the soldiers are ranking up, preparing themselves to fight. You guys run up the back, and you can see, if you want to be at the front, you can. If you want to be at the back, you can. If you want to separate, you can.
Front.
I
You'll be-
want to be as close to that door as possible.
Yeah, I'm gonna cast sickening radiance on it. And
Yeah,
I'm gonna
cool.
fucking stand
I'm typing.
right
I don't care.
I'm also
so-
spirit gardening.
Yep. As you move through, I will say this: you have been explained to by everyone you've been hanging out with. The alarms that are set up in the tunnel that exit into this courtyard are designed in such a way that you can know exactly when the enemies are going to get out, so you can time those spells perfectly.
Actually, do you know what I'm gonna do?
Hmm.
So it's not right on the exit, so we can get there. I'm actually gonna run past everything. I'm gonna run in the door, and then down the corridor, I'm gonna cast sickening radiance,
And then sort of back out of it.
and then back out.
Radiant
Okay, cool.
thickness.
Yeah,
Okay,
right.
okay, cool. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. You see there are multiple ranks of soldiers, all their weapons pointed, and Than Raya just jumps over them all and runs straight in the doorway. and you hear the soldier like, did she just run in?
She'll be fine. She'll probably come back out.
You hear an echo. Oh shit, that's a lot of dudes.
For Than Raya,
Told
you
ya.
run through the doorway. You
Yep.
jump past, you run in, and you run past the doorway. Firstly, you see the ground here is melted and then warped from all sides, from multiple hundreds of fireballs going off right here. Moving through the tunnel, which winds back and forth. Than Raya, how far in do you go, or do you want to put it down on the enemy straight away?
I will only go in maybe like 50 feet.
Yep.
I'm just gonna plant the sickening radiance. Like I'm gonna wait until I at least hear them coming,
Ooh.
so it doesn't take too long.
So you get 50 feet in?
Yeah.
And you wait. And you hear the sound of rampaging demons approaching, gnashing teeth. It's awful.
Yes, I'll cast it at like a corner or like thing,
Yep.
so they have
Yep.
to run through it.
Okay. As you cast the spell, and immediately you hear the sound of screeching demons beginning to melt on the other end. You run back out?
Yep.
As you run back out,
Actually, what I'm gonna do, because we're technically not in combat.
Yep.
I'm gonna use my Tempest Soul and also my Cloak of Lightning, and I'm just gonna fucking book it.
Okay. As you get on out and prepare, you see you guys watch Thanray runs in, and then runs out again.
Yep.
I fly out with my way up.
Fly out.
While
I'm a
Scarlet,
fly like it's good.
while Thranray was doing that, Scarlet was giving all of the order temp HP.
As you're running back and forth, showing the banner. Scarlet, other members of the Order also have their own banners
Hey.
with different abilities. Your one is particularly useful, but they have others which give extra attacks and reactions and other things. It's a full-on fighting force. Like, it's what's going on here.
Yeah.
Can we have the extra attack one? Scarlet, pick up that one.
Thanray, you
How,
take-
do you
Thanray,
know how
you-
useful the temp HP one has been? Fuck you, we
No,
don't
no,
have a
it's
healer.
Yeah. Thanray, you
I am a
launch
healer. It's
out
great.
of,
You,
out,
you're
of,
not.
out of the doorway, flying. As you fly out, Thanray, you see above the Order, there are about a dozen or so bubbles of dim light. At the center of which is each a cleric of Twilight. Flying. An aerial force of clerics.
A team called
Bombard.
a team of all priests call him Amen.
Yeah. In amongst them, you also see this individual. You see a female Asimar flying on angel wings.
Oh,
Ooh.
she also pretty.
Who's cheers. Well, that's Asimars generally are.
I was gonna say Asimars are peak.
I mean, look at Tyken.
Yeah, look at Tyken.
But you see her, and you recognize that she's definitely the lead cleric of Selune, and she's leading this group of other clerics who are all flying. The other clerics are just flying through some darkness-based means. But if you want to join in the battle up there, you can, or down below, you can. Tyken, I presume you're front and center.
Yes, sir.
David is in the front
I-
ranks.
I was gonna say, when I fly out, I'll basically turn around, hop down, then the wings basically like fold down, turn to like a cloak of lightning thing as well.
Yep. Excellent.
Because yeah, I ain't got no
Is-
feathers.
Is Kalias going to this battle as well, or staying behind?
Oh shit. Kalia's gonna be in it.
Yeah, cool. The kobolds are definitely not.
The kobolds are probably shitting themselves somewhere.
They are shitting themselves entirely. They are scared because they feel scared around normal people, and around all these werewolf people, they are always even more scared.
They're just like constantly foaming at the mouth. They like fucking.
Yeah.
They wake up and then just instantly pass out again.
David's in the front ranks. I present. So Scarlet's at the front.
Yep.
Put you up there. Tyken's at the front. Then Rhea at the front.
Yep.
We'll see what happens to Archie, but Charlie is certainly at the front. Actually, no. Charlie will be at the back. And Kali's at the front.
Yep.
And we'll see what happens. Sorry?
I said Kalia basically has to do like hit and run tactics.
There's plenty of room to do that. Like there's like shield walls to these soldiers, and they're gonna do things. You guys hear the sound of you feel the ground shaking from creatures coming. You feel intense heat coming from within, gnashing of teeth, and suddenly a literal tide of demons just pours out of the doorway. And that's where I'll call it there for next session.
Partially melted, hopefully.
Oh yeah, like. Okay, so the ones that come out are partially melted, and before you can even react, there's multiple mages casting fireballs simultaneously on one point.
Jesus Christ.
Like it's,
That explains the deformed floor.
yeah.
Literal bombard.
I feel like this whole 600 demon thing is kind of our fault.
Probably.
The best way to describe it, I don't know if I can find a GIF. Matrix Revolutions.
It's
seen that
it's
one?
the what?
You remember in Matrix Revolutions when they have the machines dig that hole into the Zion, and then let all the
Oh
guns are
yeah,
pointing
yeah,
at one hole? It's basically gonna be like that for a bit.
yeah. I was
did
just
the
thinking,
height comparison.
you don't need Meteor Swarm when you have a lot of mages and Fireball.
Yep.
I cast Meteor Swarm indoors.
There we go. Now we can
I-
have
I-
a good comparison of height. I put it in D&D.
Oh, excellent.
Hey, that's quite good. Are you
That's
sure you got my
pretty
height
good.
right? I feel small. Yeah.
You're 6'7", right?
Huh?
Damn, is 6'7", right?
I don't think
Yeah.
Archie's that tall.
Archie said he was 6'8",
Oh, there you go.
and I recall Scarlet being 5'10".
But yeah, anyway,
I'm
thank
just
you,
typing.
thank you all for play. We'll do a interesting theater of the mind combat next session.
Yeah,
I'm so down.
She's 5'9".
Oh, she needs to lose an inch.
Look.
She's a Pomeranian with really sharp teeth.
Yeah, she bite hard.
She'll fucking take your toes off.
Yeah.
Hey, are you sure she doesn't want to do the ritual if she's already biting hard?
What?
A wolf ritual.
Oh, yeah.
Shakes
huh.
head in disappointment.
There we go. There's the updated one.
Why is Tarkin all of a sudden bigger?
No, it's Scarlet's smaller.
Oh.
I just kind of sort of cut off part of Tyken's head,
Yeah, look.
but we get the idea.
No brain, only empty.
Look, her being smaller is better because she can do things like I just did to fucking. Wait,
Gordon.
what was his? Yeah, Gordon.
Got it.
True. Her hitbox is small.
It's like trying to shoot at a tracer in Overwatch.
Yeah, I'm the
Oh.
tank.
True.
But yeah, well, I hope you all had fun.
I sure did. Thank you for DM.
Hey,
Thank
you
you
get,
for
you get to hang
fun.
out with the order. You get to hang out with the order and do the things. It's gonna be so exciting.
I'm stoked about that.
It's so fucking close.
You get.
But
I
do
will
have
say,
to,
I will say this just to get you hyped for next session, Josh.
Mm.
As you run out of the doorway, and you hear the sound of melting demons inside, and find your place on the front line of this wall of soldiers. You see the commander Eliza there, because the leader should be on the front lines. She says, as she gets the you see her there. She says, "Oh, so you decided to join us."
What do you mean?
Get wrecked.
She says, well, this is one of the biggest attacks in at least a few years. We'd appreciate your help. Oh, and by the way, as the demons start to pour out and begin to get melted by multiple fireballs, the other leaders of the order said yes. Once this is done, we can do it.
Okay, how about you just bite me and send me in there, champ?
Jesus.
No, we do it in a controlled in a controlled situation after.
I agree.
I mean, if they
As-
had non-magical weapons, I would think it would be a good idea, but I do agree with doing it in a controlled manner.
You do notice that every Minotaur that you fought had a magical weapon.
Yeah.
Oh, they're bringing me up. They're bringing me metal. They're so nice.
Yeah, exactly. This is how the Order's managed to remain here for so long and hold the line. They've worked out how to use what they have at their disposal to make more weapons and gear.
Hey,
I
Matt.
didn't know DoorDash offered smithing supplies.
Yeah.
Matt.
Yo,
If we ever get a wish, I want. I already know what my wish is.
what is that?
Fix the goddamn moon.
Yep.
I know what mine is, but
I know what mine is.
mm-mm.
I will give me divinity.
I know what Scarlet's wish is. It's to make herself a foot shorter.
Why?
Funny enough about that, Josh, there actually is a spell to give you divinity in the lore of D&D. The problem is that is a 12th level spell, the only 12th level spell ever created.
Yeah, well, if I get a wish from gods, then surely it's possible.
There is an easier way. You get access to True Polymorph. True Polymorph yourself into a Planetar. I think let's say Planetar. A Planetar. Turn yourself into a Planetar and then hold it for the hour or whatever it is, and then you are permanently a Planetar.
Mm-hmm.
You're now a Celestial.
Yeah, I guess that is
But-
true.
I think I know what I would go for of a wish. I have a couple of ones, but I'd have to think over it.
I just want the moon to be fixed.
But yeah, you.
Stupid fucking dragon. Son of
Do
a bitch.
you think you're upset?
David
There's people that live on the moon in D&D. Gotta think about how they feel.
No,
Look,
no.
I'm not thinking about them. I'm thinking about everything that is tied to the moon. So it does mean I'm thinking about them. Fuck you.
Also, here's a fun fact. The moon on Terrell is called Saloon, but the moon on the moon is called Lyra.
Shut.
Fun fact. Well, it used to be called Lyra when there was people on the moon.
Don't need to give my brain a heart attack.
There's also an entire planet that's
called a
nothing but
stroke?
tingled vines.
I know what I said. I said what I said on purpose.
I know. But I actually do have to skid on Daddle now. Y'all have a good one.
Alright.
Alright,
Thank you for
peace
play.
out.
Thank you for play.
Thank
See
you,
you
Veron.
next week,
See
hopefully.
ya.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Matt.
As for everyone else, we'll see you guys next week for the battle against 600 demons. Woo! Let's go!